Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot.
My new national strategy for space recognizes that space is a warfighting domain, just like the land, air, and sea. We may even have a space force, develop another one. Space force. We have the Air Force, we'll have the Space Force. We have the Army, the Navy. You know, I was saying it the other day because we're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said, maybe we need a new force. We'll go with the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Maybe we'll have to do that. That could happen.
This is State Representative James Tallarico from Texas. If you're seeing this video, my Democratic colleagues and I have just left our beloved state to break quorum and stop Trump's redistricting power grab. Trump told our Republican colleagues to redraw the political maps here in Texas in the middle of the decade to get him 5 more seats and protect his majority in Congress. They're turning our districts into crazy shapes to guarantee the outcome they want in the 2026 elections. If this power grab succeeds, they will hang on to power without any accountability from the voters. But Texas Democrats are fighting back. We're leaving the state, breaking quorum, and preventing Republicans from silencing our voices and rigging the next election. We are not fighting for the Democratic Party. We are fighting for the democratic process, and the stakes could not be higher. We have to take a stand.
God, girl! That was your first time? That was really good!
You're going dog nuts. I mean...
Ready, girl? Yes!
I don't know why it is that all of us are so committed to the sea, except I think it's because, in addition to the fact that the sea changes, and the light changes and ships change, it's because we all came from the sea. And it is an interesting biological fact that all of us have in our veins the exact same percentage of salt in our blood that exists in the ocean. And therefore, we have salt in our blood, in our sweat, in our tears. We are tied to the ocean. And when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch it, we are going back from whence we came.
Every time you start moving on, you can feel it in waves. Let it take you under.
searching to destroy. And honey, I'm the world's forgotten boy, the one who's searching only to destroy. Hey! Hey! Technology ain't got time to make no apology. So radiation in the dead of night, love in the middle of a firefight. Mother gotta strike me blind. Somebody gotta save my soul. Baby, penetrate my mind. Searching to destroy. And here I am, the world's forgotten boy, the one who's searching to destroy. Forgotten boy, forgotten boy, forgotten boy, yeah, forgotten boy.
The main thing they want you to believe is the supernatural is not real. Their main interest is in convincing you that the supernatural is not real. Why has that been so important for 80 years for you to convince me the supernatural is not real? Why do you care if I think the supernatural is real? And then you have to ask motive. Like, it's not a profit motive. Like, does it make them rich to deny that there's supernatural forces? No. What is that? And I don't know the answer, but the obvious answer is, well, because they sort of know they're working for supernatural forces, actually. But that they take physical form, that they're not just like some ethereal, they're not just shadows floating around, specters, fog, that they're physical. Like, they're as real as the arm of your chair. People are subject to the supernatural, so they do things that are not natural, like kill themselves. That's why we're the only species that kills itself. Right? So when you kill yourself, whether slowly or all at once, you're being acted on by forces outside of you. Spiritual forces, obviously. I'm just trying to apply logic here.
Wait till you see the boom that this country goes through in 5 or 6 months from now with all of the things that are happening. Car plants are getting ready to start built. Mm-hmm. They're going to be built by record numbers. The AI stuff is crazy, what's going on there. Billions and billions, trillions of dollars is being invested. And it's all going to start very shortly now. It's amazing. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investments in this country. And wait till you see what happens. We're going to have a successful country like I think we've never had before.
How about net migration into the United States? Get this, it's down. It's going to be down at least 60%. We may be dealing with, get this, negative net migration to the United States in 2025. That would be the first time there is negative net migration in this country in at least 50 years. We're talking about down from 2.8 million in 2024. So Donald Trump has always run on tariffs, and he's run on a hawkish line on immigration. And on both of those issues, we are seeing record high tariff rates for this century going all the way back, well back into the early part of the 20th century. And when it comes to immigration, net migration, we are seeing record low levels, way down from where we were during the Biden administration. We are potentially looking at negative net migration for the first time in at least 50 years.
So we now, I feel vindicated? I will feel vindicated when I see Barack Obama get, have
Amen.
Handcuffs on, being escorted from his house and being brought into jail. I would say right now, if I were in the Department of Justice, or if I was in the White House, I would demand that the Attorney General immediately take away the passports from these individuals who we know have already been named. And there's some others that have not been named yet. Take away the passports. Do not allow them to leave this country, because I guarantee they're waking up, this morning saying, where can I go? We got to get the hell out of here, because they committed a massive, massive conspiracy to undermine and overthrow the United States of America, the United States government, the president of the United States, and the presidency. And they left a wake in their path that is unprecedented, as Jack, as Pozo just highlighted. I mean, this is so bad. And anyway, what I want to do is I want people to understand that, look, I'm not giving up. We have got now to seek justice. And our rule of law system, Steve, has got to kick in.
This is Lauren Biss, Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. It's been a fantastic week at DHS, so let's get into it. This week, Secretary Noem traveled to Argentina, Chile, and Ecuador for bilateral meetings with world leaders. In Argentina, Secretary Noem met with President Javier Milei and signed a statement of intent with ministers to begin the process of rejoining the visa waiver program. DHS and Argentina will also share criminal history data, speeding up the removal of Argentine nationals in the U.S. illegally. In Chile, she met with foreign ministers and the Attorney General and signed a letter of intent to kickstart a biometric identification transnational migration alert program to better track criminals, terrorists, and dangerous individuals. In Ecuador, she met with President Daniel Noboa and signed an arrangement to better equip the Customs and Border Protection's National Targeting Center to identify and stop bad actors. Also this week, DHS launched a new ICE campaign to recruit brave Americans to join ICE federal law enforcement to remove the worst of the worst from America's streets. ICE is offering a robust package including up to $50,000 signing bonus, student loan repayment, enhanced retirement benefits, and more. For more information, visit join.ice.gov. Finally, Secretary Noem launched nationwide ads encouraging illegal aliens to go home the right way and receive up to $1,000 and a free flight home using the CBP Home app. The ads are targeted toward all illegal aliens residing within the United States and to ensure they are given the resources needed to take advantage of this incredibly generous opportunity granted to them by our government. Stay tuned for next week's update.
Is there more to come from either you or FBI Director Patel? Are there more shoes to drop that we should be looking for?
Yeah, there are, Trey. So, people need to understand that, there is no Russia collusion hoax file cabinet at the FBI or at the CIA. We have to look for these documents. Sometimes that are well hidden. You have to go trace through emails and look for signs and clues that would point you to. That's how I found John Brennan's notes, and that's how we found additional documents. I've talked with FBI Director Patel. He and I will be declassifying additional documents that show just how sinister the FBI was in amplifying Hillary Clinton's Steele dossier as real and credible to be included in the intelligence community assessment, but also in how they buried the counterintelligence referral memo that I mentioned before, how they went to great lengths to try and keep that out of the intelligence community assessment. So there will be more to come, and I think that people should expect that the Trump administration will continue to shed transparency and light and truth, again, because, Trey, there is no question, this was the greatest political scandal of our lifetime. No one wants to see this happen again. It derailed our country. It derailed President Trump's presidency, his first 4 years in office. And it really is a stain on our country that should never happen again. And Donald Trump is committed to making sure that it doesn't.
Let me tell you what Gavin Newsom is really up to with this $100 million low-income housing project in the Palisades.
This ultimately is a real estate play, in my opinion, because they want this building to go into nice, affluent neighborhoods because the value of that building is going to be astronomically higher than versus building it in another area where it's underdeveloped or it's a new neighborhood or it's more on the outskirts of LA. And ultimately, all these affordable units, they have covenants on them. So in 15, 20, 25 years, depending on the exact building, all of those affordable housing units will convert to market rate. So that's why they want it in those areas. It's not because like, oh, we're helping the homeless people out. It's like, oh no, this is just like a giveaway to real estate developers.
Right.
One of the largest industries that donated to him was real estate. So like, this is just him placating to his donors, making sure that their needs, quote unquote, are being met. This is a long-term real estate play to say, okay, we're going to put this building here because in 25 years, this building will be worth like 20x if we versus we put it in another neighborhood.
No, I just want to make sure. Yeah, what's up? I'm Michael Weitzel. I'm being asked to leave by the police because of Donald Trump.
Hey, I'm a Donald Trumper.
You're a Trump fan?
I'm a MAGA. Yes, I am. So I just want all these topics you got to deal with them MAGA, but they're not political. They don't want any kind of political.
So those flags over there, those are pre-approved. Those flags over there, those aren't political. So my question to you guys is: are these rules equally enforced on everybody?
Here's my question to you.
And the only way I can do that is if I enforce it with you. Or you squad. Go out and handcuff. So I'm being threatened with arrest. What law am I breaking? What am I? Well, if we ask you to leave, you're asking me to leave. Am I being evicted from the premises? You're being evicted from the premises. You want to make a big? Okay. We're gonna walk up. I'm being evicted from the premises because of Donald Trump. Because we can't wear Donald Trump hats in public, and so now I'm being evicted from the premises. We need a big procession to get me out of here. Trump is not welcome in St. Louis City SC Club. Trump is not welcome here. I'm getting mad because
we're the ones.
I'm trying. I know we're the ones who don't complain about everything we cry about.
I know,
but if we're gonna do this,
we don't want. All you do is take the hat off and go back in.
If I take the hat off, I can go back in.
Yeah.
We're already past that. We're past that.
You ready to get a chance to?
No, that's fine.
Just for this game.
Just for this game? Okay.
Because I'm hearing somebody more pro.
He gets it. He's just following the rules. It's not his fault. But this is the stadium's rules here. Thank you, sir. Hey. So that's what happens if you wear a Donald Trump hat to a St. Louis City Soccer Club game. Thanks for watching.
Okay. President, actress Sydney Sweeney, it came out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
That who was?
Sydney Sweeney. She's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Mr.
Thank God for RFK. At least he's bringing us home some wins. He just dropped a statement a little while ago. He has straight out banned theramine in all vaccines. What is that? It's a mercury-based preservative. Yeah, guess what? Mercury is a neurotoxin, causes mental retardation. Wow. And it's not like they just figured that out, right? They were just like, oh, it should be fine. Guess what? It's fucking not. He goes further. You know, I had blocked mRNA fucking shots, and then, like, just 2 weeks ago, while he was on vacation, all of a sudden one mRNA shot, just a brand new one, got approved. And he's like, what the fuck? I didn't do that. He says they fucking Joe Biden auto-penned him. 2 bureaucrats, while RFK was on fucking vacation, came in there and approved that mRNA shot with his signature with a fucking auto pen. RFK fucking fired him. Yeah, that's how that works. And then he said no. Fuck that shit. Rescinded it. Jesus, these motherfucking bureaucrats. The deep state is so deep, and in every single fucking part of the goddamn government, up, down, back, forward, all of them. They just need to just clean fucking house here. Everybody else in the Avengers, like Trump, take a fuck cue from RFK. You find somebody doing some crooked shit, fire them. Fire more people. Fire a lot more people. Fire people until you just get like, you can't say even you're fired anymore. Just do it till you just burn that shit out. Fire them all. Burn it all to the ground. RFK, well done, sir. Godspeed to you. To the rest of you, good luck. Long live the Republic.
Gotta love the sweet taste of India, lingers on the tip of my tongue. Gotta love the sweet taste of India, blame it on the beat of the drum. Gotta love the sweet taste of India, lingers on the tip of my tongue. Gotta know what's got an India. Any cat and do what is wrong. Yeah, she got that kind of loving sense that lives in her back room. down in the air, lingers on the tip of my tongue. Gotta love the sweet taste of India. Blame it on the beat of the drum. Gotta love the sweet taste of India. Lingers on the tip of my tongue. Gotta know that what's got an India. Yeah, it got me doing its time. Just think what I can do now. Should go with my appetite. Just looking for a little taste of India. Just feel the sun right over the
Mike Johnson, the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives in America. We're here with a delegation of members of the House. We're so grateful to be in Israel, particularly on this day, recognizing the destruction of the two temples and two times in history. But it is such a moving time for us to be here at the Wailing Wall. We've offered our prayers. We put our notes into the wall as is traditional. And we're so moved by the hospitality of the people and the great love of Israel. Our prayer is that America will always stand with Israel, and that we will we pray for the preservation and the peace of Jerusalem. That's what Scripture tells us to do. It's a matter of faith for us and a commitment that we have. God bless you.
It's a commonly held misconception that the Earth is a spherical object that revolves around the Sun. But the fact is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice that explorers have been attempting to penetrate for centuries. 2,000 years ago, an Egyptian scholar by the name of Eratosthenes performed an experiment that he claimed proved the Earth to be a sphere. However, there are serious doubts about the accuracy of his data and his scientific procedures. Dr. Leo Ferrari explains.
The Eratosthenes experiment is an experiment supposedly conducted in the 1st century, whereby this ingenious person was supposed to have proved, I say that in quotes, that the Earth was a sphere of some 4,000 miles radius. Eratosthenes one day noticed that the sun was directly overhead in Syene, whereas he noticed that on the same day, at the same time, the sun made an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical at Alexandria, which was some 530 miles away. How did Eratosthenes in the 1st century know what the sun was doing on the same day in two places which are 530 miles apart? One can take all those same data, knowing that the Earth is flat. In one place you have the sun directly overhead, and at another place, at the same time, at 530 miles away, let us suppose that it does make an angle of 7.2 degrees to the vertical. Then we have a right-angled triangle, which it can be easily shown that the sun is some 4,000 miles up in the sky. These superficial, even, considerations show that it's impossible. The whole thing, it's a story, a fairy story made up and mindlessly repeated in textbooks.
Fortunately, not all scientific arguments are based on such questionable research. The Greek astronomer Ptolemy determined to everyone's satisfaction that the Earth is flat, circular, and the central body in the universe. His theory went unchallenged for 1,200 years. Not surprising, really. One need only look around. However, the notion that it was some other shape gained some acceptance during the Renaissance. These were impoverished times. Most writers, artists, and scientists could not support themselves through their work. They depended on the patronage of the upper class. Consequently, creative and original thinking men let their imaginations run rampant in order to attract support. In 1543, the Polish astronomer Copernicus suggested...
On the side of the New England highway, cars pulled up to witness a winter spectacle.
It's lovely. And yeah, I've never seen anything like this before.
Some had driven through the night for this.
So we left Brisbane this morning about 3 a.m. I've never seen snow before in my entire life. And it really is a surreal experience.
Was it worth it? You bet. 2 hours over the border, the tiny town of Guyra was blanketed in white. Hard to believe this is northern New South Wales.
My parents, they come from Colombia and they are visiting Australia and it's unusual snow around. And I said, let's go there and see the snow for the first time.
This couple made the journey from Jimboomba and sealed the special moment with a proposal.
I left work yesterday at 5 p.m. and he said pack a bag because we're getting in the car to go see some maybe snow.
It started falling early in the morning and kept going through the afternoon. Nearby Armidale picked up at least 15 centimetres. It made the roads icy, hands frosty and cheeks rosy, but no complaints. Well, maybe a few. Can you tell me what's happening right now?
It's snowing.
And what do you think of the snow?
It's very cold and it's good for making snowmans.
Well, it's not snow in Queensland, but for anyone who made it here, this is more than they could have hoped for.
It's cool because we get to build snowmans and do snowball fighting and snow angels.
Back over the border, after we'd all given up hope, snow in the Sunshine State. Flurries fell just outside of Stanthorpe, a natural wonder that's far too fleeting.
Oh, beautiful pictures. Laura is defrosting in Brisbane tonight, but that's the end of our chance for snow, Laura.
That's right, Amanda. There's no window for any more falls tomorrow. It will be cold, just not cold enough. The snow that was recorded north of Stanthorpe was very lucky to happen. Cold air passed over just at the right time to coincide with some light showers. A very special experience indeed. A chilly day ahead for the Sunshine State. I'll have the weather forecast a little later.
Okay, stay warm there. Thanks, Laura.
Did the 2017 world record lightning strike prove the Earth is flat? Stick around. In the news very recently, scientists have discovered that a world record lightning strike from 2017 stretched 515 miles across 3 states. And again, scientists have confirmed the longest lightning bolt ever recorded was a jaw-dropping 829 kilometers, or 515 miles. And what was once thought to be multiple flashes turned out to be one continuous strike blazing horizontally across the sky. Horizontally.
A lightning bolt that stretched from Texas to Missouri, now confirmed to be the longest ever recorded. The lightning flash spanned 515 miles from the Dallas area to Kansas City. Now, this was in 2017, but scientists with the World Meteorological Organization were just able to confirm its full scale.
Scientists just able to find out its full scale. Well, let's hear not from scientists, but the scientist that discovered it.
What is your new record and what date was that actually measured from?
Yeah, we actually found a new record for the largest horizontal lightning flash ever recorded. This one is now 829 kilometers from end to end, which is 515 miles.
There's that word again, horizontal. They keep saying it's horizontal. horizontal as in a flat plane. And when you ask Google how much curvature there is in a distance of 515 miles, which is the length of the supposed lightning strike, well, it's 8 inches per mile squared, and you do the math, 515 times 515 times 8, and then you divide by 12 to get the amount of feet, and you get that as your amount of feet. And when you convert it to miles, you get 33.488, which, one, makes me actually question if it's a real lightning bolt and they're just mocking us. But two, how does a horizontal lightning strike manage to curve around 33 miles of the Earth? Those two don't match up. And when you round the distance down to 176, it literally is 33.333. So I question if the whole thing is real and they're just mocking us. But nonetheless, let's pretend it's a real lightning strike. A lightning bolt that, from the horse's mouth, calls it horizontal.
We actually found a new record for the largest horizontal lightning.
Horizontal. And I know some of your brains are short-circuiting right now, saying, well, yeah, it's horizontal in comparison to the surface of the Earth. Well, no, lightning cannot curve around the Earth's curvature. It literally says it follows the path of least resistance through the air, which is often a jagged or unbranched path due to the ionization of the air. While lightning can travel long distances, it doesn't have the ability to bend around the curvature of the Earth. So how in the world can a lightning strike stretch 515 miles across 3 states where the Earth would literally have a curvature of 33 miles and still be called horizontal? Now, in my opinion, there's only 2 possible answers here. Either this didn't occur, and for whatever reason they're making it up. I don't understand why they ever would. Or it did occur, and the Earth is flat. That's up for you to decide. But what I know is that every time I have ever gone to see something in the distance that I am not supposed to see, like the Chicago skyline from 55 miles away, it's there, clear as day. And every time I've ever looked at water, whether in a glass or in a lake or in an ocean, it's always flat, because water is always flat. It's why they use water in levels. But of course, all this for entertainment purposes. I'm sure that even though even Google says lightning can't curve and they call it horizontal, somehow a horizontal lightning bolt also curved 33 miles. And this has just been for your entertainment. I do this to confuse you. I'm not really trying to expose all the lies in the media and the school books and the TV and all the people in the white lab coats that are in on it as well. Not all of them. A lot of them are just indoctrinated like most of you, but you get the point. Entertainment only, though, of course, I'm a satire, and yeah, sure. It stretched 515 miles and curved magically around 33. And there's that number, 33. So you make your mind up. Have a good day.
People love that word, science. Tell me anything you want. Science. I believe in science. I question nothing. I put you on the altar. Those religious people are real nutty, cult-like. Oh, really?
A honeybee colony is not a monarchy like many people think it is. The queen bee is actually not the leader of the hive, and she doesn't rule over all the other bees. It's the female worker bees who make the decisions for the colony, and they do so collectively as a group. The queen has one important job. She's in charge of laying all the eggs for the colony, and she is the only bee who can create more worker bees. So if the queen is doing her job well, the colony will follow her, protect her, and care for her. If the queen bee is not doing her job, or if she gets too old or dies, the female worker bees can choose to replace her and make a new queen. They can take any female worker bee egg and turn it into a queen bee by feeding it a special diet of royal jelly throughout its development. And so a hive can go on, generation after generation, with all the bees working together to do what's best for the good of the colony.
to say. In my mouth it almost tastes just like cinnamon. As I ponder what my pilgrimage means, and try to figure out where Vancouver is from here. And I listen to the leaves. If only for a beautiful while that still makes me smile. And she called me an ugly American, and I would call her my Canadian frown. And I don't think that we'll ever get there again. We had that power, and she would call me an ugly American. And I remember my Canadian rose, especially when the fall comes to Burlington. We were in town close. Every single hope and dream I could ever conjure up, passionate explains in me, and all things are possible, believable and perfectly bold. About forever, after and every day, at least it seemed that way. Once for such a beautiful while that still makes me smile. And she called me an ugly American, and I would call her my Canadian frown. And I don't think that we'll ever get there again. We had such power, and she would call me an ugly American. And I remember my Canadian rose, especially when the fall comes to Burlington. We were in town close. Heaven ablaze in our eyes, we're standing still in time. The blood on our hands is the wine. We offer a sacrifice. Come on and show them your love. Rip out the wings of a butterfly for your soul, my love. Rip out the wings of a butterfly for your soul. This endless mercy, mine.
Excuse me, man. I am really living rough right now. I haven't had anything to eat all day. Would you by any chance just have anything for me to eat?
I've got one more leg left. Let's do it, bro.
Thank you so much, dude. I'm really starving right now.
Would you walk in? Would you
You're amazing.
do it fast? Do it all in the name of love. Would you let me lead you in?
Thank you.
When you're blind in the darkness, in the middle of the night, in the silence, when there's no one by your side, would you call
yeah, man.
in the name of love?
And we're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to cut taxes for the people of this country. It'll take a little while before we do that, but we're going to be cutting taxes, and it's possible we'll do a complete tax cut, because I think the tariffs will be enough to cut all of the income tax. Now, we have a lot of debt that's been left to us, unfortunately, over many years. We'll take care of that, but the tariffs, if people only understood the tariffs, we're going to be giving people of this country a tremendous tax cut. And we're going to start with people making less than $200,000 a year.
We, the people, 130. We will win 130. American freedom 130. All I got to do is add 17Q, and you got 147. The New World 147. 1 times 47 is John. But John Most High. 147. A good man believes in God. 198. Never heard that one. Well, I haven't heard it recently, anyway. A good man is a king man believes in God. Is 1. Good is 41. Now you got 141. Mr. President, 141. Believes in God. Well, I think that's got a little screwed up statement there. A good man believes in God. 198. Yeah. You got Amazing Jesus, 145, his birthday. 529. 5 times 29 is 145. Children First, 145. Amazing Gematria, 144. 145. Open Blind Eyes, 145. That's what Gematria can do. We have so much, 143. 4 Dark Days, 143. Think mirror. Nothing but light from here on out. Think about it.
When the truth comes out, when the truth comes out, you can run, but you know it's ending. At the bottom of the grave, you're digging out. When the truth comes out.
It was the 75th. They actually said, the banner said D-Day 75th anniversary. JFK He's sitting there. Trump's giving a speech. He talks for X amount of time. All of a sudden he stops talking. He turns around and he faces the crowd for like 6-8 seconds. And then he walks forward. And then he walks to the left. He walks over and shakes JFK's hand. And Trump's body's in the way, but it appears that Macron shakes his hand too. Now he's wearing a red tie, red 27, tie 34, JFK 27, Grace 34, which is 61, Miracle 61, U 61, oh my, 61, wow, 61. And he's wearing sunglasses. Sunglasses 136. Great Awakening 136. 136 equals 149. Just remember 149. We're going to get to it in a minute. But see, then he's wearing a D-Day survivor hat, which comes to 178. 178, son of the highest. 178, but see, that's S-U-N. That's those guys. Lord, how will I die? 178. Now that's an interesting question. How is he alive? How will I die? 178. The greatest ever. 178. 114, 178? Yeah, 114. Trump card, 114. Hammering God, 114. Thor is 61. QAnon 61. U 61. Thor is the hammering God. Hammering God, 114. It's on that drop, 1440. Remember, he said, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. 345. Thank you very much, 345. God created heaven and earth in 6 days. There's 144 hours in 6 days. We're going to go to drop 1440 in a minute because 0 means nothing. 144. 144? Yeah. That tells you a lot. Drop 1440. It's got Q. Right there is the hammer on the gun. The drop's upside down. Q always has to be on the bottom. That's where Q signs. Flip it upside down and it's a gun. Matter of fact, it looks like a 357. And on April 6, 2020, while drop 4620, April 620, 4620 was on the top of the Q board, Donald Trump put out a tweet on 4620, all capital letters. There is light at the end of the tunnel, 357. Well, on that gun is a bullet. It's dark to light, 125. Golden ticket, 125. John Kennedy, 125. Not for sale, 125. Hey, Sabrina Gal, are you ready with your 125s? Let's just revisit them. You go once, then I'll go.
Okay, let me get my 125s. 125, if y'all remember, is John Kennedy. So John Kennedy, 125.
Well, see, that's my answer. You
that was yours?
I got that one. You can say the other one.
Okay, I'll do another one. Biblical Lord God, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Welcome Lord, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Son of Light, 125.
Dark to Light, 125.
Holiest Being, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Meet the Lord, 125.
John Kennedy, 125.
Christ lives, 125.
John Kennedy, 125. At what point is it mathematically impossible, people? See, the mere reflection of 125, and mere reflections 198, President J. Kennedy 198, greatest comeback ever 198, the resurrection 198. The mere reflection of 125 is 521, the wealth of the wicked is saved up for the righteous. 521. It was in the dark, and it's now coming to the light. Dark to light, 125. Golden ticket, 125. Here is your golden ticket. You have wealth, and then you have wealth. You have John Kennedy, 125. Golden ticket. 125. Not for sale. $125. Neither one of my presidents, the only two I can count as my presidents, neither one of them are for sale. So, we're not done yet. He's at D-Day. He's wearing the red tie. He's wearing the sunglasses. He's D-Day survivor, 178. The greatest ever, 178. Sexiest man alive, 178. Lord, how will I die, 178. But see, D-Day survivor is DDS. D is 4, D is 4, that's 8. And S is 19, and 8 and 19 is 27 JFK. How obvious is it? It was to me on the next day. I didn't watch D-Day the day it came out. I did watch it the next day on 6/7, and 67 spelled out comes 162, the invisible man. 162. J is 10, which is 1. Because 0 means nothing. F is 6, there's your 6. And K is 11, 1, 1, there's your 2. 162, the invisible man. Trump's just hiding him. Trump's running interference. President Trump, 198. President J. Kennedy, 198. DJT, 34. Grace, 34. The red tie tells you. Red tie. Red 27, tie 34. JFK 27, Grace 34. But see, JFK is 27, but tie, TIE. T, that's 20. 20 spelled out as 107, which is Superman. Can't kill Superman. So,
was one. to my arm. Don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all. We dream of the day men are set free, although at times it's hard to believe. With pounding drums, sail through the storm. Where we go one we go all. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go one we go all.
Chief, and for 4 long years it didn't happen. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never ever before. We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow
afraid of the dark. We've got a federal United we stand, together we fall. Where we go one we go all.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. It's that time somewhere, right? Am I right? All right. Still trying to get all this crap figured out. I got a lot that I'd like to look at tonight, especially interested in the situation going on with the man and his daughter that are missing. We're going to take a little look at that a bit further in the show, or after the news at least. It sounds like a pretty serious situation. I noticed this post today, and no, I haven't checked the time myself. Roy's looking at Ephesians 6:11, and it said that President Trump was shot at 6:11 Eastern Time. It's pretty wild if that's true, right? It's been a day, let me tell you guys. It's been a day. Not really, it's not been a bad day. It's kind of been a cloudy day here, but I don't know. My back hurts. There's that. My back hurts. Well, there's more to it than that, but, you know. So all the Texas House Democrats, they're cowards. That's what I'd say. And they're all here in Illinois, apparently. Other places like that. So I'm hoping you guys will drive up here, come take your senators back and your crazy reps. They're hanging out with Pritzker up there in Chicago. Come on, guys. Just come get them. Take them home. I'm sure they're all goosed up by now. A bunch of cowards is what they are. You've probably seen a lot of this situation. It's been developing over the day. I suppose we'll start from the beginning.
We did not make the decision to come here today. We did not make that decision lightly. But we come here today with absolute moral clarity that this is the absolutely the right thing to do to protect the people of the state of Texas. Their attempts to disenfranchise Texans the tool they're using is a racist, gerrymandered map. A map that seeks to use racial lines to divide hard-working communities who have spent decades building up their power and strengthening their voices. And Governor Abbott is doing this.
See, let me put that in Republican for you. See, we're not racist. We don't care about the lines at all, really. We're just trying to get rid of you guys, and we seem to have driven you off. So, I mean, maybe it worked. But, again, you see they're hanging out with Pritzker there. You guys got to come take them home. Call their wives, tell them to come get them. Fled the state in a dramatic move, prompting Attorney General Ken Paxton to vow that he'll have him arrested. Governor Abbott also warned that if House Democrats don't return by 3 p.m. tomorrow, he'll take action and declare their seats vacant and begin the process of replacing them. See, if you do that, well, I'm for that. They may stay here in Illinois forever, and I can't have that. So, Governor J.B. Pritzker surrounded by Democrats who fled Texas like cowards. Saying Donald Trump is trying to rig the 2026 midterms. That's really funny with all this Russiagate stuff coming out, isn't it? It'd be just the damnedest time for Trump to turn around and decide he's going to rig something, right? Like, how stupid is that? God, I hope he removes him from office tomorrow. We'll see if they're back by 3 p.m. Here's Pritzker's big mouth.
Let me be clear. We passed a map in Illinois that follows the Constitution, and that is not what Governor Abbott is trying to do in Texas. We believe that the people of Texas deserve to have fair representation and not to have the game changed in the middle of the decade. That's right. There already is litigation about the original map that they put in place. Now they want to change it again. That, no doubt, will end up being litigated too. But let me be clear that they are...
I think it's a cold day in hell when Pritzker is talking about fair, but then again, it is snowing in Australia, so... there's that.
Every day this chamber is unable to act, the cost grows. In response to this dereliction of duty, and pursuant to the rules of the House, I am prepared to recognize a motion to place a call on the House and any other motions necessary to compel the return of absent members. Should such a motion prevail, I will immediately sign the warrants for the civil arrest of the members who have said they will not be here.
Yeah!
I'm sorry. It's just too funny. It's too funny. In Japan, they've broken over 17 heat records with the sweltering situation happening there.
Japan is facing a surge of intense summer heat, with some areas recording the highest temperatures of the year so far. In Kofu City, Yamanashi Prefecture, the temperature soared to 38.2 degrees Celsius, or 100.8 degrees Fahrenheit, the highest in the country this year. The scorching heat had many residents seeking relief indoors.
They think 100 degrees is hot. That's kind of funny, right? You guys in Arizona know what I'm talking about. Of course, in Australia, though, they're getting a snowy situation.
It's a sight rarely seen on this part of the globe.
That's beautiful. It's lovely.
And yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. It's gorgeous.
Several towns in eastern Australia were blanketed with their thickest layer of snow in 40 years. New South Wales, the country's most populous state, reported as much as 50 centimeters of accumulation in its northern region. The state's emergency service said it responded to more than 1,400 incidents, including 100 vehicles stranded in snow. In other areas, heavy rain caused flooding, damaged buildings, and cut power to tens of thousands of homes.
I'm no weatherman, but how often does it snow in Australia? According to some of those people older than me, they've never seen it before, so... And a few thousand miles to the west in the UK, it was a bit of a windy day. Again, I sound like a weatherman. I mean, I think that would have been a fun landing, really. How often did he get to land sideways, right? Russia is urging everyone to just calm down. The nuclear rhetoric, it's getting a little heavy. I'm putting things here and you're moving subs here and I've got missiles pointing here and it's all a bunch of acting. But everybody calm down. That's what Putin seems to be saying.
So Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson for the Kremlin and an aide of Mr. Putin, has clarified that Moscow is also careful about the statements coming out of White House or from Mr. Trump when it comes to nuclear issues. And he also affirmed that there is a need for careful nuclear rhetoric, reaffirming Russia's responsible stance on Non-Proliferation Treaty or NPT. This is
after the meeting. He took Dmitry Medvedev out back and gave him 32 spankings, and then they called it a day. Not really. Maybe. I mean, I didn't see Dmitry there, but Trump says he'll be naming a new economics data official this week. Statisticians, get your calculators ready.
We'll be announcing a new statistician sometime over the next 3-4 days. We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous, what she announced, but that was just one negative number. All of the numbers seem to be great. We'll see what happens. But we just found out that I have a open spot on the Federal Reserve Board. I'm very happy about that.
Here's the latest. President Donald Trump sharing.
Just found out we have an open spot. You fired her, sir. You fired her. You created that spot. It's too much. BP's made the largest oil and gas discovery in 25 years off the coast of Brazil. That's all we need.
Interesting news coming out of Brazil and also British Petroleum as well. They have made the largest oil discovery in 25 years, a quarter of a century, off the coast of Brazil. Now, when you think about big oil-producing nations, you often think about maybe the United States, maybe Russia, maybe the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia. You don't often think about Brazil as being a big home of oil. Of course, though, they're not a million miles away from Venezuela, who are, of course, one of the biggest producers of oil in the world, even though they are going through some horrific turmoil when it comes to their political situation at the
I'm honestly more excited for the rest of the world in some situations than America, because some of these countries are going to be able to use their real potential for the first time. All the resources they have, resources they probably don't even know they have. You're going to see these countries blossom. It's going to be awesome, in my opinion. Maybe by the time they're done, they won't want to come to the United States anymore. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? Moving forward, though. Tesla's board approved the award of 96 million shares worth about $30 billion to Elon Musk as part of a new pay deal. I'm sure he's happy with that. I like how funny they are with their numbers. There's like 29 billion, 30 billion. Who keeps count at that point? Who's just going to give you this pile of money? My, oh my. And you lucky people in South Carolina, Representative Nancy Mace is launching a campaign for governor. Please send her to Illinois.
All right, Chris. Well, top story this morning. South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace officially enters the governor's race. She just wrapped up an event in Charleston at her alma mater at the Citadel. Mace has been hinting at a run for months now. She served as a representative for South Carolina's 1st congressional district since 2021 and served in the General Assembly before that. She is a retired school teacher and the daughter of a retired Army general. Some of her key ideas of her campaign include slashing state income tax, protecting our borders, and advancing school choice. She was also the first woman to graduate from the Citadel's Corps of Cadets. In her announcement just moments ago, she spoke about why she says that this campaign is a calling.
I'm not here to fault. I'm here to fight for you and your values. Together, we will make South Carolina more prosperous, more educated, more healthy, and more safe. This isn't just a campaign. It's a calling.
I don't know much about her, but I like her. I mean, you look at her and then you look at what we've got going on here in Illinois. Why am I so bright today? There we go. If it sounds like I'm going fast, I am, because I really want to look at this stuff, and I believe the guy's name's Kevin Hoyt, and there's a couple shows talking about it. I want to know what he was on to when he went missing. I mean, maybe people aren't interested, but him and his daughter have been missing for 3 days, from what I gather. I haven't heard any updates. I'll look for him as we go along here, but it sounds pretty wild. And I do want to look at that among other things that are on tonight. Trump still going ahead with India. They're not only buying massive amounts of Russian oil, they are then, for much of the oil purchase, selling it on the open market for big profit. They don't care how many people in Ukraine are, you know, who would be stupid enough to buy that oil knowing it's just Russian oil marked up. Just go to Russia. God. See, I solved the crisis for you. Trump says to raise the tariffs on India over Russian oil purchases. I assume that's on top of him already raising their tariffs. India says that the targeting of India is unjustified and unreasonable. Like any major economy, India will take all necessary measures to safeguard its national interests and economic security. You know, you're kind of dicking with world supply, though. I mean, you know, that's a scummy thing to do, like telemarketing. Not telemarketing, but, you know, telescamming. Netanyahu's government unanimously votes to fire the attorney general who's prosecuting him for corruption. Go figure. The senior official in Netanyahu's office, decision's been made. And his government has also unanimously voted to dismiss, or that twice, really? Okay, well, that's weird. They're also planning to take the Gaza Strip. That's the attorney general that they fired. It's weird, though. They're talking about how they're going to take the Gaza Strip, and Mike Johnson just happens to be over there right now. Just seems to be interesting timing to me. Gotta love the numbers. At least 17 Eurostar trains connecting Paris with London and continental Europe were canceled after an electrical fault on the high-speed line in France. It's never good. They had a blackout the other day. Fighter jets had to be scrambled again as another plane was caught flying over Trump's Bedminster, golf club. Why does this keep happening? There's got to be something to this.
A special thank you to each of our subscribers who make this channel possible. Here's today's story. In a dramatic turn of events this past Sunday, fighter jets were scrambled to intercept a civilian aircraft that entered a restricted airspace over President Donald Trump's Bedminster Gulf retreat in New Jersey. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, reported that the incident occurred around 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time, marking the second unauthorized entry into the Temporary Flight Restriction, TFR, zone that day and the fifth over the weekend. This incident underscores the ongoing security measures implemented to protect high-profile figures and sensitive airspace. As the civilian aircraft breached the TFR, NORAD swiftly deployed their aircraft, which utilized flares to alert the pilot and escort the unauthorized plane out of the restricted area. NORAD emphasized that the flares were used with utmost consideration for safety, stating, "Flares burn out quickly and completely, and
an accident doesn't happen like that 5 times unless his golf club is literally like right next to the airport or something. I don't know. Something clearly needs to be done there. We can't keep scrambling jets for people that are actually accidentally flying over the golf course. So this has been going on for weeks, obviously, but they put this out today. The FBI is restoring safety in communities nationwide through Operation Summer Heat. Last week, FBI special agents and task force officers partnered with state and local law enforcement officials in Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, and beyond to execute warrants and remove violent criminals and fugitives from your streets. They are doing a pretty good job of it, I'd say. A member of the Ukrainian President Zelensky's party is facing accusations of corruption, including stealing war funds and involvement in bribery schemes. Who would have thought? You see this coming a mile away, all this stuff, right? British intelligence is reportedly preparing to stage an environmental disaster in international waters and plans to involve NATO allies, according to Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. That's pretty wild, huh? Think about that again. British intelligence preparing to stage an environmental disaster in international waters involving NATO allies. Yes, let's just harm everything in the ocean, you know. It's just take it out on the marine life. Zoran Mamdani Insider admits they're working with the DSA to make New York City a taxpayer-funded, gender-affirming hub, flying in people for free surgeries and meds, all paid by New Yorkers. That should be his campaign motto. See how that goes for him. In Detroit, a police officer was injured and a suspect is dead after a shooting on the east side. I don't know if this is a rare event or not. I'm guessing it's not so rare, but we're not going to look at it for long.
The officers were patrolling the area of Meringue and Chester Street when they observed 3 subjects walking from the side of a building towards the street, all wearing ski masks. Officers made contact with the 3 males who were walking and conducted an investigatory stop.
You got a whole ass tire on it, man. You got a whole ass tire on it. Let me check these over. What, you know me? Oh, I'm not from campaign, brother. Making sure y'all straight. What's your name, man? Under your hood? Under your hood? How you spell under your hoodie. No. I'm good. Under your hoodie? No, I'm good.
think I heard about 4 shots.
Stop fucking reaching.
Well, you can see all that all the time on YouTube, unfortunately. Sounded like about 4 shots there to me. And an Oak Island, North Carolina pier was the home of a landing strip on Saturday evening. A bad landing at that.
Oh my God.
A crash landing. The pilot was the only one on board. He lived, though. That's good. Don't hear that very often and that stuff. The FDA has approved a lab-grown salmon for human consumption in the United States. Literally sounds disgusting.
Lab-grown salmon? Come on. Have we really given up on real food? That doesn't even sound good. So apparently the FDA has just approved a company in San Francisco to make lab-grown salmon. And it looks like the safety approval from the FDA was based solely on claims from the company itself. Based on the safety assessment Wildtype has conducted, it is our understanding that Wildtype has concluded that foods containing their cell culture materials were as safe as comparable foods produced by other methods. Am I missing something here? Isn't the FDA supposed to test it, make sure it's safe? Well, apparently it falls under the FDA's generally recognized as safe or GRAS policy. But the policy director for the Center of Food Safety is calling the approval outrageous and is concerned that the growth factor they use could promote the development of cancer-like cells. Thankfully, 5 states have already banned lab-grown meats and many more have legislation in the works. But with big names like Leo DiCaprio and Jeff Bezos bankrolling it, it's being pushed as legit. But let's be real, the FDA's GRAS approval is a joke. And this experimental food product, in my opinion, is a terrible misstep for our health.
Yeah, I don't think I want to eat it. I don't like salmon anyway, but I don't want lab-grown anything. It just sounds like a bad idea. That's probably exactly where they're going to put your vaccines at and God knows what else. Yeah, that's the last thing. What's with the FDA? They got a case of head up ass. So this post today, we're about to move to a world where gold is the standard and all countries' currencies are backed by it. The level playing field and also a decentralized ledger that can value and transfer gold across borders in seconds for basically free, not financial advice. See, I swear I saw something yesterday about XRP being a scam now. I don't know. You can't trust any of it. I don't trust any of it. Couple random posts here, or another random post real quick. Couple Trump posts. In just 6 months, I cut costs, especially energy and taxes. I don't even want to talk about that. My energy is horribly expensive. The Department of Justice launched a grand jury investigation into the Russiagate conspiracy. It's some Pam Bondi time.
Fox News can confirm that Attorney General Pam Bondi today signed an order directing an unnamed U.S. federal prosecutor to take evidence to a grand jury relating to an alleged conspiracy to tie then 2016 candidate Donald Trump to the country of Russia. Now, Fox News reviewed the one-page order just hours ago signed by the Attorney General. A source familiar with the probe confirms this as well, while a DOJ spokesperson declined to comment on this report of an investigation. Fox is told Attorney General Bondi is taking the referrals from Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, quote, very seriously. The spokesperson says that Bondi believes there is, quote, clear cause for deep concern, end quote, and a need for the next steps.
Let's see what the grand jury does, right? See, I've heard both. I've heard a lot of people say that XRP's the rails of the new financial system, like you say, Thor. Thing is, I don't know anything about it. And so if somebody comes out and says, "Oh, it's a scam," I don't know either way, you know. Had to show you this. I love this little GIF. We have a special place picked out for George Soros. Really special. I'd love to know where it is. It's probably the Guantanamo Bay garden, or is it Guantanamo? Yeah, probably. All right. And that, I believe, covers our news for now. And I want to get into this other story going on. And I know some of you may have heard about it by now or seen stuff about it by now, but I want to get to it first because I think it's important and I want to know what's going on with it. After that, we've got a lot of other stuff to look at. There's a great new Ricardo Bosi interview. I think I saw Derek Johnson on Blessed to Teach tonight. Might take a look at that. But I want to start here, trying to debate which one of these we should start with. Got a couple different interviews. I guess we'll start with the round table. Let's see if it's good. Brad Wazzy's got a good interview too. I want to know what this guy was looking into before he went missing.
Warriors, prayer warriors, are certainly needed for Kevin and his young daughter. He'd only just received her back from being kidnapped by the cartel, and now he and her are missing. This is a man who has stood up for freedom, who has been exposing stolen election fraud, child trafficking, and human trafficking, and he has vanished for 3 days now. His admin is filed with the sheriff. We're going to do a very quick live stream tonight, broadcast, coming together to share with you what we do know and what people can do to hopefully bring this to a very successful, benevolent conclusion soon. And welcome everybody on this very quick Saturday update on Grassroots Warrior Network Sovereign Soul Show. And you might be watching this also a little later on. CUNY's Patriot and Scott McKay's Patriot Street Fighter, who, when they heard this, they answered the call. And you also have my personal friends and Kevin's admin and Grassroots Warrior Network admin joining us here in a moment. I just want to start off with a quick overview for you who don't know Kevin or the experience which possibly led to his disappearance and his young daughter for the last 3 days. Still no word from them. First of all, he's an 8th generation Vermonter. So the Hoyts, the Free Hoyts of Vermont, their own family's blood is in those lands, having fought in the Revolutionary War. And over the last several years, half a decade or more, Kevin's personally been exposing heinous crimes against humanity and children from Vermont, other places, stolen elections, you name it. So naturally, as a result, he's been a targeted individual, and he's even actually petitioned the federal government for protection with all of his whistleblowing that he's done. Over 5,000 videos, including piles of evidence of documentation. And that was ignored. So the past year of his life as well, and those of his inner circle, that's been the most extreme for him for sure. And 1 year and 1 day ago, last year, you all might remember that Kevin was arrested, thrown into a jail cell, in handcuffs with a convicted pedophile. He was force injected, all against his will, never told what was in the jab that they gave him in his left arm. His left arm turned black, parts of his torso started turning black, and he spent months fighting for his life after what was absolutely an assassination attempt. So the deep state had then kidnapped his little daughter, and after months of battling the cartel, he finally received her back just a few weeks ago, and now he's missed a scheduled safety check. So these are prevention measures that are set up, which is great for patriots to stay vigilant everywhere. This is an outdoorsman of 25 years. He had his own TV show, hunting TV show, right, in like 30 million homes across America. So he knows what to do in the outdoors, and these are all safety measures, except for where we are today. So that safety check was missed. That triggered a dead man switch video, which he had previously recorded, which was then posted up to Grassroots Warrior Network. via his admin, Vivian, who you'll meet in a moment. And it's been 3 days again. Nobody knows his or his daughter's whereabouts. And what we first need to do is focus on high spirits, focus on the positive outcome, as you saw in here. And I'm going to welcome in Bishop Jim O'Connor, Vivian, the admin, Cindy Lou Young, J6 grandmother, heroin warrior, Lisa Schermerhorn, quantum healer, heroin warrior in her own right. And Bishop Jim's going to lead us all off in a prayer and a blessing before we turn over to these three lovely ladies here who personally know Kevin for years and obviously can start giving you updates as to here are the facts. Nobody's speculating. And here's what we hope to see. And we're going to kind of leave it with that and close it with prayer and move on. So thank you all for being here, watching the audience. Thank you, Bishop Jim and ladies, and over to you. Jim.
Brad, it's a pleasure being on with you and our friends Lisa, Vivian, and Cindy Lou. It's a shame that we have to have a meeting like this, but we're going to do what we can to help. And prayer is a wonderful thing because Almighty God is more powerful than anything that any nasty person may try to do. So we're going to call on God, and we're going to ask God to help us and ask our blessed Lord to protect our friend Kevin and his beautiful daughter. Mm-hmm. Kevin is fighting the good fight, Lord. He's one of your true warriors. He's a good man and a good friend. We ask you to protect him and keep him safe and return him to all of his friends and all of his loved ones. We ask this in the name of your beloved Son, Jesus. Lord, please hear our prayer. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Bishop Jim. But Vivian, this is obviously new for you and everybody. It's all good, just like a normal conversation. You can see, this is a friend of Kevin's and admin to Grassroots Warrior Network behind the scenes, doing a lot of the heavy lifting that never gets seen. And so between her and Lisa and Cindy, we'll just update with where things are. And obviously we pray they go very benevolent shortly. Vivian.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm not really even sure where to start. It just, I was just told to load up, the video if I hadn't heard from him, and I hadn't heard from him, so I loaded up the video, and here we are. I would love to hear from him. Don't know when that's coming, and he's got a court date on Monday, so I don't know what's gonna transpire between now and then. So there's a lot to think about. I think God's got this, and I think he's doing the right work, but I don't have any answers.
Yeah. Well, I know when talking to you last night, there's the landlady hasn't seen him. I know I was messaging him a few days ago, and I never heard back from him. Sometimes he just kind of, everybody knows he kind of does just go out, just needs that time to get out into the woods, being an outdoorsman. And like I mentioned in the intro, unfortunately there are places of justice that we can't really believe that are going to do the right justice at this moment in time. So we definitely hope and pray all is well. Lisa and Cindy Lou, are we at 1 year from your trial in Washington? So it's 1 year this week. So we're literally all doing live stream like this to bring to the world the story of you, J6 grandmother being persecuted, Lisa, Bishop Jim, Kevin, and Michael Jaco in Washington, D.C., later joined by Deacon Abby and the White Horse. and here we are, So I think probably out of anybody else from the terror that's been brought on by a judicial system and law enforcement and targeted individuals from that level, outside of the demons and Satan that target Jim and others. But you want to just share what you think might be going on right now? And again, we'll keep it all to fact, no speculation here for people. If somebody has walked a mile in those shoes and more, unfortunately.
So that's to me, I assume.
Oh, yeah. Grandma, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the man I know, Kevin Hoyt, is a resourceful and strong human being. Yeah. And I pray that I don't have the answers, just like Viv, but I pray that he's okay. And I pray that we hear from him soon. And, if anybody knows the woods and knows how to survive, it's Kevin Hoyt, right? I think we all know that.
Yeah.
So, and I know what he's up against as far as the judicial. There is no judicial in our country.
Right.
They're all corrupt. There is no answer for anybody. Kevin has been knocking at that door for a long, long time, and no one has been answering.
No. No, he is seriously single-handedly coming from the same state of Vermont, watching him over the past several years, literally single-handedly trying to take down corruption in the state. And it's been extraordinary to watch. He's so courageous and brave. And there are a lot of people who are out there who are scared because of the work that he's done. And I mean, there were points where he literally would go up to the sheriff's office and say, go serve yourself. And I was like, holy smokes, how does someone have the courage to do something like that? Like, I've literally watched him go up to the news channel or the big newspaper that's in
Bigger. Is that the one?
Yeah, it was like something out of Land Shark. He'd be knocking on the door and he'd be like, I have a story for you. And they're like, we're not home.
And sometimes it was so unbelievable. It was comical.
Yeah. So he has a tremendous amount of courage. And I have faith that, hopefully praying that he's in the woods, just clearing his head, that he's okay. But a year ago, July 3rd, I remember they got hold of him. They arrested him. And now, for those of you who remember as children, they were checking for TB. So TB, it was not an injection. They give you like a tiny little dot, and then they check a couple days later. Mm-hmm. According to him, it was a full injection, and his arm turned black. Yeah. So, I mean, this is something that, they've definitely been after him. So, yes, we are praying. What a beautiful kitty. Just really praying for him. And if anyone is resilient and knows how to live off the land or wherever he is, whatever he's doing, and to escape whatever he may be in, we don't know. I don't want to speculate. Yeah. But just sending him love and lots of prayers. And prayers create miracles. I've watched it every day.
Yeah. So we've been told that they do under the skin injections for TB now. I mean, this was
right
back at it, but I don't know. It obviously wasn't TB. You did the work. You fixed it. You guys.
Well, we had a group of healers praying, and it did clear.
He was doing exorcisms on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was 1:30 in the morning. I think I got him out and, the bail and all that crap, and brought him back to his home. And he said, oh, my arm. And I said, what's the matter with your arm? Well, the injection site. What injection site? And I called Lisa up the next morning. I said, oh my God, they injected him. And it's like,
yeah.
And it went from there.
Yeah, he detoxed it through, but it was a rough time.
Yeah. If you understand the Nuremberg
he was
Code,
not himself. No, there's no way.
If you understand the Nuremberg Code that our country signed after World War II, forcing someone to take a medicine that they don't agree with is a crime against humanity that demands the death penalty for all those involved. Yeah. And it would be really nice if that actually got enforced in our country.
Right. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had told him, you either say yes or we're going to strap you down and we're going to inject you anyway.
Yeah.
No, that's a crime against humanity.
Yeah.
Which means all of them get the death penalty.
Everyone involved.
The cop, yeah.
One of the things I remember from my trial was that I had a witness that pretty much laid it out clearly to the court as to what happens to people that are disingenuous, the judge, the prosecution, that they could go to jail and they could suffer the consequences. And immediately after he got off the stand, they collected everybody's name and their paperwork and kept it away from us because they were afraid.
Right. Yeah.
They know that they're culpable.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just want to speak to everybody about supporting Kevin. And I know that there's a lot of people that can't be like we are, that don't want to be out there in front doing the things. But prayer is powerful. So that's what I want to ask for right now is your prayers.
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin himself has asked people to, you know, come stand with me, come to the meetings, whatever, and they just can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it because they see what they're doing to him.
Right.
You know, I've been to one meeting and my God, I know exactly how they feel. He just stands up there like, you know, this superhero with a cowboy hat is what I call him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, you know, it's a hard thing to do. But if it's part of what you're supposed to be doing, I guess it's not that hard to do.
He's courageous. And I mean, walking right up to the governor too. I mean, he's done a lot of things, and he has a huge heart, and he will do everything and anything for a friend. He loves people so much, and he's loyal to a fault, and he puts himself out there constantly, taking care of other people to his own demise.
Right. And now at this point, he's got a child, so it's not just him anymore. So he can't be quite as out there. So
yeah.
You know, if the world had 20 million Kevins,
yeah,
it would be a much better place.
Yeah. I don't know if we could handle that many Kevins.
One is enough.
One's enough.
Nobody get any sleep. I can tell you that being a former roommate. Yeah.
There you go. That was fun.
He is a man of many faces, many talents, he means a lot to many people, many people.
And there's so much he does for people that no one knows about either. Like he literally gives the shirt off his back. If he has $5 in his pocket and that's all he has, he will literally hand it to you. I've never seen anyone so loving and giving that way. And I really hope that people will come out in force to pray for him and protect him in any way that's needed, because there's a group of people who are very desperate. You know, there's a lot of intel that's coming out and people who are running scared.
The walls are
closing in. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Hunters are the hunted.
He was feeling very paranoid. I mean, they all knew where he lived, you know, and he'd be looking out the window constantly. It's like, Jesus, you know, it's a scary situation.
Well, there's a little piece of scripture that comes to mind when I hear all this, and that's, there's nothing hidden that won't be revealed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reveal is not going to hurt people like Kevin.
Yeah. No.
Not a bit. People are going to look at Kevin and wonder how he knew, how he was so brave, and how he could have so much backbone. And that'll be a beautiful thing.
Far more than I could. I'm in awe.
No, you're not.
Of the things that he's
you don't take a backseat to anybody, Lisa. You really
No, none of you guys do. I mean, I have to give myself a little credit too for standing with him through this whole thing. And I'm telling you, it was not easy.
No.
But if you think you're supposed to be doing something, you have no choice.
Yeah.
You have to do it. And I think people, you know, if they would just start prosecuting some of these local people, I think the Vermonters would finally get up and go, yeah.
You know? We need to see justice.
But we need to see something happen other than behind the scenes. Oh, yeah, they're disappearing. This one's, you know, what the people.
Vivian, you remind me in a nice way of the woman that couldn't get to the grave fast enough on Easter Sunday morning, the first one. You have that kind of courage, and that's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, thank you. But
Yeah.
it's been a rough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've been there every step of the way.
She's a huge rock.
You haven't backed down.
And she keeps that grassroots warrior network running. Man.
I didn't want to do that either.
I know you didn't. When you get that email, is your video coming yet?
I know. Right. Oh, I screwed up again.
No, I have to say I've been pretty good. I have to say.
You've been great. There's a lot of them that, are great. Everybody's been so good.
Keeping track of it all and keeping it all and keeping him in line.
Yeah. And I, like right now, he's not around, so I'm just kind of doing whatever,
Yeah.
But I'm okay with it now. I mean, if this had happened a while ago, I would have been, what do I do? Lisa, what do I do? But no, it's okay. We all do what we have to do.
So what's the next step? I mean, other than waiting for him, what can we do other than, is it pretty much prayer or
prayer in that
notifying?
video? His video, his Dead Man Switch video, he had a call to action for everybody.
Yeah.
It was, look, I mean, he literally showed evidence on sheriffs, police chief, other judges, whatnot. And he's like, here it is. So he's already given people a big head start as well. And now that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are at the FBI, and we're talking about crimes against children, crimes against humanity, some of that gets prosecuted at the military level. So some of this is outside a bylaw enforcement, speaking as a sovereign, right? Bylaw enforcement city police, right? City police, if you're incorporated, you're a corporation, then you're literally bylaw enforcement. And I'm not saying I don't back the blue, right? Because anybody who is benevolent, who puts their life on the line, man or woman, puts a gun on their hip and is out there in a squad car, you name it, or beating the street, I have a huge amount of respect for you as a Leo. However, there are those who do it, like Kevin has shown in that video,
right,
who not only never passed the police exam, also have charges against them, including might have kidnapped children that have went disappearing. So the key thing here is, don't just let this quick live stream be like, here's the update, got Kevin, pray for him and whatnot. Get that video, share it out there, find their names, get people rallied on Facebook, go stand up, because, to me, Kevin is the Artur Pawlowski of the Northeast. And 100%, because he's up there, he's in their face, and he's hunting them down, right? And he stands his ground, and they come up to him, and he just does it. And he does it with a camera and a smile. Artur's got the fire, Pastor Artur Pawlowski. And so with this, now, like, Artur had it 2 years ago. We're only 2 years ago since they were going to put him back in prison, lock him in maximum security, solitary confinement. He already did 55 days, 50 of it in solitary, where, if anybody doesn't know, in America and missed the memo on this or hadn't seen this, and this, I'm going somewhere with this related back to Kevin right now on your question, Lisa, is that they were bribing the inmates in the prison to murder Artur. They hid him away. When they took him from the Freedom Convoy in Coutts, Alberta, they smuggled him into the prison by simply keeping his name off the records. And that's what the deep state judicial and law enforcement did. And he was only discovered by a every 2 week customary medical check. But again, he was in there for 50 days in solitary. And they found him shivering on the floor in Alberta in March of 2022 at minus like 8 below in just his underwear, this man. And they're, who is this man? And that's how they found him. So that is something that continues to be rampant across America and Canada right now. This type of system, which has not been dismantled. Well, dismantled at the top. And so it's important and imperative for everybody to get involved in Vermont and around the world. Share those videos, go out there, ask questions, put those names and cockroach names in the spotlight. Because once that happens, things seem to happen in the background for whatever reason.
Well, look at what's going on with Cindy in her research for her book, found out that the jury foreman, who was on her trial, was involved with the DNC, Hillary Clinton's emails, and Russiagate.
So I have a question, Viv. I know that every door that Kevin has tried in the state of Vermont has been closed, no matter what door he knocked on, whether it was the FBI, whether it was the court systems, anybody. Has it gone to the next level, federal level, to do like a formal complaint to the bar on this blood clot of justice? You know, I mean,
America.
Yeah.
I don't know, Cindy.
I know.
I don't know the specifics. He takes care of all that, you know.
Yeah,
I know a lot of the names and I know a lot of the things because I've been there. But as far as the levels of what I don't
do know is, you know, aside from prayer, putting the heat where the heat belongs works as well as what we're doing right here. But, you know, it might seem futile, but, you know.
People could just say, okay, Kevin, his latest charge is he actually visited a baby in the hospital. That's his crime.
Wow.
And so we didn't know this. Usually, what do you call those things? No trespass orders are a year. Even the sheriff said, yeah, they're like a year.
But he had one from, just clarify, wasn't it COVID that he went into the hospital?
He went into the hospital without a mask. He was having kidney stones, passing out, whatever. He went in for help and he wouldn't wear a mask during COVID. This is 3.5 years ago. And so they made an indefinite no trespass. Never heard of that before from a hospital. I don't even know if it's legal. So when we went to visit this baby.
In death and turn it away. We just did this with Scott Char's case. It's not legal. We know it's not lawful, but it's also not legal.
Right.
You cannot turn away a patient like that.
No, well, they said if he's a patient, they can't press charges. But we went to visit somebody.
Wow.
So they pressed charges immediately. 2 weeks later, I think it was, they called him up, said, come on down. He went down, they arrested him.
He didn't even know that this order was still standing because what did he talk to a sheriff and said they're usually a year? Several years.
Yeah, they're a year.
So they're trying to come up with everything and anything they can to keep arresting him.
Yeah.
Didn't they pass a new law?
So in other words, you could be a child trafficker and be okay in Vermont.
Yes.
If you go visit someone who's sick, they want to throw you in jail. It sounds like they have their priorities so
wrong. These prosecutors, and I don't even know what they're called, Erica Marthridge.
No, they're more like prostituters.
Yeah, they're all involved in all of these things in all the towns, and they all have such great skeletons in their closets. And most Vermonters know this, that have been affected by this woman, who, especially her, but the Jared Bianchi too. They've affected so many lives where they take innocent people. And Kevin recently found out that states get federal money for each child they take away from the parents. It's something like $250,000.
That was under
$50,000.
Yeah, they did it under that was under Clinton. They started it, so they get paid. The judges, the attorney, the doctors, they all get paid for every child that's taken away. That's how they're funded.
We don't have
by
court
Health and
systems. We
Health
have
and Human
banking
Services.
systems.
Exactly. So as soon as the state's in trouble, all you got to do is take a couple of more kids. You just keep doing it. And it's always the underprivileged or the people with no family or the people with no resources like Kevin.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
And they've also found out that if they give the custody to the parent who's less than perfect, so the other parent will pay anything to keep their kids safe. That also happened to Kevin. And they let them off on every charge. Talking about weapons, you're talking about theft, you're talking about drug running, you're talking about all these things, all let go with probation. But Kevin dared visit a child in the hospital. It's all crazy. It's like, who would believe this? He's going to write a hell of a book. So.
Wow.
So, well, most of this is happening out of Bennington, correct? So if people want to direct their letters and their attention down to the southern part of Vermont, the Southern District and Bennington, if people want to come, I mean, the more noise you make, the more you contact the Bennington court system and call them out.
Well, what about the Attorney General and Department of Justice in this? Because here's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. Never played one on TV. Never took the oath to the City of London, which the British Accreditation Registration Esquire means. And as a result of that, I'm just kind of curious from a common law of the land standpoint, if said terroristic, tyrannical acting as a judicial system is unlawful, then shouldn't you go to the higher law of the land above their legal structure? Then it would be the DOJ and the FBI and the U.S. military Judge Advocate General's office, wouldn't it not? Because
here's an idea. Ed Martin has been appointed the head of weaponization right now. Basically, all about COVID, what's happened with COVID, what happened with J6. But, this is weaponization at a state level. I would start knocking on Ed Martin's door and saying, hey, this is what's going on.
Who is he? So the audiences know.
Ed Martin is the head of weaponization in the DOJ, appointed by Trump.
So then if you have a hospital that has an continual estoppel, don't trespassing order because you refused to wear a mask when you came in 3.5 years ago because you had kidney stones and you were passing out, and is that not weaponization? Could that not go to Ed Martin alone? What's the name of the hospital, Vivian, that put that on him? I don't have the paperwork. I know it's in the paperwork. I just don't have that part in front of me.
Southwest something. It's not Bennington Hospital. It's
Southwestern Hospital. Okay. So couldn't that be something as well?
Yeah, all of it. The whole package, Brad. And he's on X, and he has answered me on X. I posted to him. Eagle Eye Ed Martin.
I've seen that. Eagle Eye Ed Martin. Yeah.
Well, normally there are procedures that need to be followed, and if someone is trespassing that isn't supposed to be there, they ask that person to leave and say, "We have a trespass order. You can't be here." And that person usually leaves very quickly or answers to the cops. Well, this obviously wasn't done. Kevin completed his visit and left. And a couple of weeks later, finds out that he wasn't supposed to be there.
I believe he found out who did it too, who called.
Well, that violates so many procedures and so many rights that are accounted to everyone else that someone could say that there is definitely improper favoritism allowed here because they don't do that to everyone.
Right.
Jim,
and the law is supposed to be equal for everyone.
Right.
And so the audience knows, if you're just meeting Bishop Jim O'Connor for the first time, this man is a West Point graduate, and he retired as a U.S. Army Major, Airborne and Paratrooper and Infantry Company Commander, et cetera, et cetera. Just the list of heroism goes on before getting into the priesthood and then being a archbishop in the original church that Christ created with 777 books of the Bible. So I guess as an officer and an infantry officer as well, you probably had a little bit on, of course it was UCMJ, but military law. So you have a little bit of understanding of procedures here, right?
Yes, I've had the privilege in my 20-year Army career of being a judge and a court martial, a prosecutor, and a defense attorney. I've had all three roles in military justice. And I did very well in military law at West Point. And after a terrible rugby injury, almost transitioned to the JAG Corps. But I was able to heal and stay as an infantry officer, which is what I wanted to do most.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that in military law, these cronies would all be in jail, and Kevin would be the governor of the state. And that's the difference between this BS law that we're under and these BS thugs and good men like Kevin and the good women in the state of Vermont like Cindy, Vivian, and Lisa.
Yep.
This is no offense, Norman, but this is a travesty of justice.
Absolutely.
And
he's traversy because he's
traversy, Norman.
But it's very close to travesty, isn't it?
I know. I'm just making it head on. Make sure we all smile a little bit.
Absolutely, so good.
The other thing they do too is it seems like they watched Kevin's moves and then they would make a law or whatever you call it.
Oh, ex post facto.
The other ones, but this latest one was the S59. So now the public can't go to public meetings. He actually got a call from somebody last week, maybe a little longer than a week, saying he went to a meeting and he stood up and he got arrested right on the spot.
So because Kevin would speak up, in the state of Vermont, they created a law so people can't go to meetings. That's illegal.
The town of Fairhaven, the select board, that the three of those little monkeys went to Montpelier, and it's recorded. I mean, it was right on the air. You could hear them talking about Kevin Hoyt or him, or he's the disruptor in Bennington 15 to 20 times. And then that law was passed immediately that
they actually said, do we have to allow the public to come to meetings?
A lawyer.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to also allow the public to go into the Capitol because it's the public's house.
I know.
But these
people they sound
have,
more and more like the Gestapo, don't they?
Yeah. These guys have it down because there's nobody to prosecute them. They've got it all.
They've been doing it. They've been squatting for so long in the positions that they've had, doing all of the filthy tricks that they've been doing. But what they try to do is they try to create fear.
Yeah.
And what I know is, Pastor Jim or Bishop Jim, he wears the armor of God. I know Kevin Hoyt wears the armor of God. We all do.
We all do.
Yes.
And with the armor of God, no one can come against us. Nobody.
No, it's scary sometimes,
Well said, Cindy. That's absolutely beautiful, and you're totally right. And my biggest complaint about all this is there are many pastors in Vermont, and all they're doing is passing the collection plate. They're not standing up against this evil. They're tolerating the evil. When you tolerate the evil, you're sitting on the fence. And when the fence belongs to the devil. Right. And if you're a fence sitter,
I love this.
I want you to think about that pointed fence and where your bottom is. Because that's where your bottom is going to be for all eternity as these devils keep pulling you down and impaling you. You wonderful intellectual fence sitters, you dopes. You're on the side of the devil. Get off the fence.
There's going to be a lot of Vermonters. I mean, we're a small state, so the amount of corruption in the state is pretty.
Well, they can get away with it here. I watched a documentary. Vermont used to be actually a red state. It was very, very conservative. And there was a whole documentary of a conscious effort to bring in liberal people to the state with incentives. And it was done intentionally because what they did was they knew that if they wanted to get a law passed, they didn't have to spend a lot of money on lobbyists to get it passed. Once it got passed here, they'd bring it to California. So now they set precedents.
Yeah.
So once they had precedents in Vermont, then they could go to other blue states and get stuff done. That's why stuff happens in California and Vermont. Vermont first, they go as far, because Montpelier passed a law that you didn't have to be a U.S. citizen to vote. And it would come up in Congress. They would refer to Vermont as the state. So they were always trying to get away. And because it's so rural, child trafficking is prevalent because there's so many places to hide.
Right.
And we're right on the Canadian border. And one of the things that's insane is all the stress on the southern border. You have no idea. Look, I mean, Brad, you're conscious of the border, the size of the border of the northern border compared to the southern border. The northern border is wide open.
And there's more coming across it.
There's
than
even
the
a
southern.
library
Yeah.
that's half in Vermont, half in Canada. You could
We know this.
Well, we know the games they play with libraries
Yeah.
too. I mean, it's all.
You know, they take
videos
the precedents from Vermont and use it in other states, but when Kevin tried to use other states' precedents in his defense, threw it out.
Yeah.
Nope, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. This is Vermont.
Yeah.
You know, he actually had a lawyer tell him, Kevin, this state hates you. You will never get your daughter back.
Well, he did.
He did.
He
That was
did.
God.
Kind of because of prayer
Yep.
and so we're now, from a spiritual standpoint, where I'm going to come from is we have risen into another dimension, into the fifth dimension, where we have instant manifestation happening when you clear all that negativity. So I ask people not to go into that negative mindset, but to go into visualizing everything, everything preparing, him returning safely with his daughter, and everything getting thrown out. That's what we need to see, and focus on that. And people say, "Oh, that's all woo-woo, hokey-pokey." Well, let me tell you something. I've been manifesting instant manifestation for a year. That's been blowing my mind. I've had stuff before, but the frequencies have changed. So let's pray for Kevin.
And for those who don't understand what Lisa just said, if you understood the good book and the works of Jesus, you would understand that's how he operated when he was on earth. He would tell someone their faith saved them, their belief saved them. They manifested their own cures with Jesus' help.
Yes.
That's the way we're supposed to do it. And we're going to manifest Kevin being okay with the Lord's help.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for translating, Jim.
I shouldn't have to, but you know, people.
It's soon going to get there. We're soon going to get Patriot awake, bridged with spiritually awake, to get back to where the Christed consciousness, when Christ and the Pistos Sophia were walking the earth, we had the Essenes and Mary Magdalene. That's the language that everybody speaks. And then, you know, Council of Nicaea and everything else. You're the historian on this. I only learned from you. Watered it down, took stuff out, and said, this is the way it is.
Oh, the Pistis Sophia happened because Jesus came back to earth after the ascension because he wanted to get people out of the matrix.
Yeah, amazing.
Imagine that. And the translation of what he said translates to matrix.
Wow. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
Saint Philip was the one. Philip the Apostle was the one writing most of the book. He was the recording secretary for the meeting, which had 11 men and 7 women, men and women working together, learning from Jesus, and then going out and spreading the faith. Jesus wanted to save us all from the matrix of religion and government.
Wow. That's powerful.
Yeah. And look what got distorted and added to the matrix instead.
Yes, exactly. And how many people go around saying they're red-pilled? And if you talk to Tom Althoff, who wrote the original work, the red pill is adrenochrome.
Yes, it's the blood of the children.
Yes.
Thanks to what he just shared that like a few weeks ago.
Yep.
We're redoing it all. And, you know, Lynn Scott Hageman's in the chat. So are so many on Sovereign Soul Show and Grassroots Warrior Network.
Oh, Lynn is one of the great people in our country.
She's awesome. I love her. I got to meet her at Scott
McKay's event.
Scott McKay's event in Ohio.
I threw out the MTP because he's not here yet. So
Lynn and I do a weekly show together.
Yeah. She's remarkable. She's been through a lot. I feel very blessed to have her as a friend.
Oh, she's a wonderful friend.
And now she has.
So is everybody else on this call.
Sorry, Jim. I didn't mean to overstep on you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Brad. I was just saying everybody else on this call is a wonderful friend too.
Yeah, same back at you. Yeah.
Lisa, I got a call from Liz Perkins today.
Yes.
And she was saying how she had this dream about Kevin.
Yeah.
She was like, why am I dreaming about Kevin?
Yeah.
And he was laying on the ground, and she spoke to him, and he put his head up and he said, leave, you have to leave. And then she said some giant, almost like a person, but it wasn't human, picked him up. And his hands were behind his back. And I thought, oh my God, he was arrested? And she goes, no. And then both of us at the same time said, his hands are tied. And it's like, so, I mean, she had a dream. She said, I don't follow Kevin and all the stuff he's doing. She goes, I don't have any idea why I'd be dreaming about Kevin. So I think I needed to call.
No, I spoke to her this morning too. She's a remarkable healer, and she has been through, you want to talk about what someone's been through, hell and back. And she's done remarkable things with her life. She's a very talented healer and psychic. And so,
but I don't believe his hands are tied. I think he's ready for a breath and to reload, put back on that armor of God, sharpen that sword that he talks about.
No, I think his hands are tied to do whatever he's doing right now.
Yeah.
He just wasn't going to go the route that they want him to go, because they're not offering him any way out. It's just too, no matter what he does, even like you win every battle, but you're still going to lose that war with this corrupt system. Doesn't matter what you say, he's half a lawyer already. He's learned so much.
He is. He's amazing.
Helped him, and it's like, it wasn't enough. It doesn't matter, but nobody is looking into why one of these, and they're not prosecutors. I can't think of the name of it. Erica and Jared Bianchi. His wife she died at 31, and the records are sealed. Why isn't anybody worried about that?
Because if they seal the record, you never know it existed.
I know, but nobody questioned. It's okay. He's okay. He's determining who's going to go to jail and who's going to do whatever, but nobody questions his skeletons. Mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. There's a question in the chat here. Lynn Scott Hagen says, thank you guys both. Prayers to you. Jennifer, Grandma Jen's in the chat too, and she's watching, FYI. So love Grandma Jen, Alan. And question from Duck Blue, Scott McCain, SG. So again, you might have missed the intro. So they had said yes, but we couldn't confirm on 6 p.m. Eastern. I just, as I said in the intro, just very briefly though, I'll expand here. SG and Scott, the moment they heard about this, reached out to them. What can I do? Now, Scott is at Sturgis on something like a 10-hour motorcycle ride with whatever hundreds or thousands of Harley Davidson. So when he got back to me a couple hours ago, he said, Brad, I don't know if I'll be able, if we're going to be pulled off the road so I can hop on at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that, but you got my support, Lee, but he wasn't able to figure out if he could jump on at 6 p.m. Eastern. We cross-stream to his platform. So just FYI, everyone, remember, you don't know what it takes to pull something together like this in the background, because people click the freaking button and they're watching people talk, right? Coordinating, getting this all done, whatever, all the tech stuff and the little widgets and the RTMP server keys and this kind of thing. So it takes stuff, and we're all in 2 different continents across like 5 freaking time zones, right? So, we're in all the breath. Everybody's here who's meant to be here. The energy of the others who aren't present physically that you see are still here. Because at the end of the day, it's about Kevin and his daughter and the benevolence and what's to come. And, my personal feeling, which I haven't shared with anybody since this came out, and I'll just put it here, is that I have, and the symbolism of the hands tied behind the back, what I'm told intuitively is that means that he's bound in the situation of where we are in this month. And I feel somewhere around August 15th, I'm just sharing what I feel. There's no speculation here. August 15th, that something will pop it'll be very, very benevolent. That's pretty. That rhymes really well. I've never said that before. Keep up the prayers, keep up the shares. Right? That's something Kevin would say. I'm probably channeling him. Keep up the shares. Keep up the share. I just don't have to chew in my mouth. So, have a little fun with you, Kev, while you're out here.
Brad, I want to thank you for putting this together. Like every other time you've bailed Kevin out, putting stuff together. You're a master. Yeah. You really are.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just all Canada, it's really easy overall once you get it dialed in. Is that all of Canada? I was just on hours before with Norton Traversy, Susan Brierly. We had people watching our live stream on called Heroic Mischief about Sovereign. How those two sovereigns, and especially with their straw man, are literally crushing the deep state globalists. So watch and share Kevin's video, get into it. But that everybody from Australia to Europe is knows about this, because I led off with the Kevin in the brief introduction, that it's getting out there across the world, right? And you just need to keep it front and center of consciousness, and also with a high divine realm. I'll let Bishop Jim interpret for people too.
If there's anybody that's good in the woods, it's Kevin, and that might be the safest place for him right now, because the wusses that are after him aren't real men, and real men, people who aren't real men can't live in the woods very long.
No.
So
one of them's a woman.
In that respect,
one of them's a woman.
Well, real women too do really well.
Dark witch, yeah.
Witches are some of the dumbest people.
Yeah.
They really are.
I'm surprised nobody hasn't done harm to these two, because they're so evil.
They work for the devil in this world, and they're going to get to live with them in the next. And if you ever heard a Scott Hagerman story about the doctor that hurt her so much, he's on a spit in hell being twisted around like a piece of chicken. Inside hell, getting spit gasoline on him by demons, and he's just so miserable he can't even scream. And that's just not 10 minutes. It's not 10 hours. It's not 10 years. It's forever. And in a way, that's divine justice.
Oh yeah.
And if these people are doing good things like this to Kevin, and this, read the 3rd chapter of Micah. The prophet who talks about Jesus coming in Bethlehem in chapter 5. Read that 3rd chapter and look at the part about the princes take bribes and the judges are corrupt and the priests are eating people.
Wow.
This terrible crap has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. And if we're a civilized nation and a nation of laws and a nation that's a great nation, that kind of crap can't happen here. And it is crap. And shame on the people who turn their head, the ostriches, who bury their heads in the sand. You can't let this stuff go, because it's wrong to do to anyone. And perhaps your children and grandchildren are next.
Yep.
And you'll be like the people in Germany before World War II. Well, they came and took this group, and we didn't say anything. They came and took the next group. They didn't say anything. And they came for us, and there was nobody to help us fight.
Yep. That's what Jonathan said at my trial.
Yeah.
We started beautifully.
By Jonathan.
Yeah.
And,
amazing man.
All evil needs is for good people not to do anything. And the American people and the Canadian people have proven beyond a fact that they're totally capable of doing nothing when they really something. There's corruption in every state. There's corruption in every county. There's corruption in every city. And there are people tolerating it all over the world. And there's not a priest among us, or a rabbi among us, or a bishop among us, or a minister among us that's saying anything about all these evils going on.
Yeah.
We're supposed to give to Caesar what is Caesar and to God's what is God's. And we're not supposed to turn our churches into marketplaces. Our churches are marketplaces. They're not places of worship. And there's nobody doing what the good Lord did, speaking about the evils in the society like he did. Everybody's saying, just give me the money. We good people are not for sale. Kevin's not for masters in government. You can't get enough of you being for sale. You're not in the press. They're prostitutes, and this has got to stop. And we got to stand up and fight for people like Cindy and people like Kevin and people like you, Brad, who've been so unjustly treated. This is all wrong.
Yeah. A lot of people are waiting for a savior. They want somebody else to do it. I mean, we hear this all the time. Kevin, can you come to our town and come to the board meetings? And I'd be there. No! But he'd go to the board meeting. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, he's so eloquent and experienced, like with all the work that he's done, that it looks so easy and effortless when he does it. And that's why, and other people get tongue-tied because they don't know what to say, because he's really done his homework. And so he is quite the leader.
He is, but I mean, the one I went, the one, no, not the one I went to, but the board meeting he went to where the cop that's not a cop, he was actually the guard at the door. And Kevin still did what he did.
Well, the best ability is availability. People got to get off their butts and go to these meetings.
Yeah.
You can't anymore. You can't speak or you're going to get arrested.
Yeah.
Kevin Hoyt bill. What did they call it? The Stop Kevin Hoyt bill is what he called it.
So there's no freedom to speak in Vermont.
Not anymore. I can't remember what the other, for instance, was. They changed something, some statute. I can't remember what it was, but it was right after Kevin did something. They changed it so it couldn't be fixed. I can't remember what it was. Sorry, but it's happened.
You know, you're over the target when they write the bill, referencing
Right.
naming it 15 times.
Oh, he's so
I saw S59 15
my shit
name on it. We're like, I mean, like, come on, you know, when kids look back a few years from now and they look at this history, and this is one that was seared into my heart in late 2020 or early 2021. There's like a picture, a meme of a man, black and white, meme holding a child's hand, and it said, you know, did you fight for them when it was necessary? And if your answer is no, oh man, right, back to Bishop Jim and riding the fence. So that is seared with me in my heart. That meme, if there's anything that I put as a template, I go right back to that.
Yeah.
As a barometer, and that's what Kevin has too. You know, you can just see it. You know, you've got a Lee Dundas shows up, she's brimstone and fire with the subject matter expertise and knowledge. When Kevin shows up himself, but it's not brimstone and fire, he just kind of tilts his head and he's got a smile and he just does his little swagger and he's going, and it's just like boom, boom, taking them out. Here's a cannonball, here's a missile, here's a couple of bullets, here's a freaking, you know, plant of dynamite. Here's a 115 Mike. I don't even know if those exist. I know 105s do, but Bishop Jim will tell us because he designed a freaking tank for the U.S. Army. I mean, my goodness, what was the tank you designed, Jim?
I helped with the M1 tank.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, nobody's ever heard of an M2 or an.
The M2 is the
Bradley
Bradley fighting vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you do these things with a smile and with respect and keep your voice down, they twist it that you're still, what's that word he uses all the time? You're still a disruptor. You're still violent. I mean, they lied so much in that Montpelier thing when they got that S59 thing. They all just got together and they said he was swearing. He was, you know, making a scene outside with the public, he pointing the fingers and things. That's not his character, but they still get away with it because they want him to be disruptive.
We were witnesses at Cindy Lou's trial last year, and the way they manipulated and twisted everything around, and the things that the prosecution said, and you know, the blatant lies. I really, I really lost complete faith in the judicial system when I saw the degree of the lies and the illegal behavior of FBI agents and attorneys and judges
Secret
and
Service,
jurors.
Secret Service too.
Secret Service, and the fact that what Cindy Lou's just discovered now of how, and the jury foreman directly connected to the DNC,
Directly connected to good old Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
I mean, this guy was involved in the email dump that was covering up for what Clinton was doing when Bernie actually won the primary. She was dealing with super PACs, and good old New Hampshire said, "Oh, we're going to vote for Hillary, not Bernie, who won the election. We're going to vote for Hillary because they're paying us enough money to do that," right? That's how they operate. They don't care about you and me. They don't care about any of us. They just care about their power, their corrupted power.
I mean, we're still waiting on Arizona to make a difference, right?
Yeah.
We're still waiting.
Yeah.
So
I can tell you they care even less about the soldier.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you're right. And if you're a soldier that was wounded or mistreated, they treat you even worse because now you've got a truth about what happens, and they don't like that when you've got truths. Yeah.
I want. We couldn't have worse people in government.
Nope.
Well, I have hope. I see there. We should say that everyone doesn't get involved because there are people involved and there are people who are doing good work. So I want people to come away from this that there is hope and that there are good people out there, and don't be afraid to speak up and keep the idea that we're gonna get Kevin back soon and his daughter, and that all of this is going to come out. I just really feel like August, with everything that's brewing and the new energies that are coming in, that we're going to have an explosion of information. I really do.
I'll share one thing about, you said August 15th. Who was it, Brad?
That's the hit I got. Yep.
Did you see me look at Lisa about that?
Yeah, when you said it before.
I did. Yep.
She's been talking about August 15th.
Really? August 15th is the date of the crash that I was in that killed my mother.
Oh my gosh, the plane crash.
Plane crash.
And this month, August, is like, there is so much that I get led to during the month of August. And I think it's because my mother is still working with me to guide me to get answers, because I'm not doing this out of vengeance. I'm doing this. What's the little story about the millstone around your neck, Bishop Jim?
Let's get a hold of it.
I love, that's one of my faves. You do anything to one of the little ones, it'd be better if you had a millstone around your neck.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of
basically that you've never been born, because what's going to happen to you is going to be pretty bad. And I don't want everybody to be so pissed off about everything that we have a civil war here. That's not going to solve anything.
No, we don't need that.
Just tell the truth. And let the truth shine the light on things. And if you're one of those people and you think, well, my party is never doing anything wrong, well, you need a reality check, because there are criminals in both parties. And some criminals are worse than others. But, if you take a bribe, you're a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
If you fix the market and you screw some people over so you can get rich, you're a criminal. And all this is going to be disclosed. What? It's just much easier to do the right thing. And I really get upset if pastors look the other way and tolerate evil, because they're not helping their people do what's right. And Kevin is one of the bravest, genuinely one of the nicest guys in the world. he would give the shirt off his back to anybody who needed it.
And he has.
And you can't find 5 people in office anywhere that are that kind.
Yeah, right.
But you can find a bunch that wouldn't mind taking the shirt.
Well said.
And if they can make money on it after they took it, they do that too. And if those are the people that we have representing us, they're not like us. They don't represent us. They really resent us. And we need, in a representative republic, people who actually mirror the values and the love and the high little pigs that can't get enough money.
Well, Denise Falbrecht is one who took action. Here in the chat, the handles of Denise Falbrecht shared Kevin's video on X this morning. Tag Cash, Department of Homeland Security, and Bondi. So, you just keep doing that.
Doing that, the more people do that.
Yep. Repost it, tag it, and make it.
Too. He put it on
got this one. I've shared it as well, and that's a great one. What was the name of the fellow for the weaponization? Well, we could find
Eagle Ed Martin.
So remember, everybody, just because you don't have the exact name that somebody tells you on a recording, you can always go onto the laptop and type in, and then it'll usually come up with whatnot, right? By the way, this is not for everybody in the audience, but we had one person post down here like, I want to find him, just ping his phone. Like, oh my gosh, how did we not think about that after 3 freaking days with the SEAL Team 6, and we have friends that are former Delta Force veterans and Bishop Jim and Viva and everything. How did we not think about that? But thanks for everybody for participating. So there are certain people that
Chuck Sellers,
this one,
our buddy from Delta Force.
Right. Yeah. Incredible. Right. So, Kevin's got an engineering background before he started doing this outdoorsman and TV show production. He has a genius level IQ, which people actually don't recognize, but he has a genius level IQ. There's very few people that you can look to. President Trump at the White House has a genius level IQ as well. So it's pretty awesome. And I'd like to again echo the positivity in the notes, right? For whatever reason, and I usually am like 9 times out of 10 over the last several years, what is said to me, people, Honey says higher self. I just say, this is what is spoken to me. The download from Spirit, Creator, God is something August 15th is going to be very positive. That's it.
A huge portal that's opening on August 15th.
I didn't even look into that. So it's just like, Kevin, how is it? What does this mean? Whatnot? And that's what it came to me. It's awesome. Denise, thanks for leading the way. Thanks for getting out there on X and posting up to them and getting those videos out there. Maybe somebody can just pull out all the names on Grassroots Warrior Network and Sovereign Soul Show, the video Kevin had, and go, here's the cop who's not a cop, who failed all this, who has criminal charges against him, and he's still walking around Vermont being a cop. Maybe somebody should look into that. And the missing children that he poured alcohol down her throat, and all of a sudden she's missing. Maybe somebody should investigate that guy. What's the name of the woman acting as a judge?
Blood Clotted Justice.
Oh, she's not a judge. She's
Blood Clotted Justice.
She's an attorney.
Marcia Etheridge.
Martha Etheridge. No,
Marcia.
Erica Marthridge. I know we say, the singer.
Erica Marthridge. Okay. I knew it was something like that.
Marthedge, really, but Kevin Little is Marthedge.
Erica Marthedge.
And all the people around him call her Marthridge. Marthrage.
What did you say? Blood Clot of Justice?
That's what Kevin calls her. I love it.
Yeah, so just Google Blood Clot of Justice, Erica Marthedge, and then maybe Cash, Pam, Bongino, weaponization, the hospital, Northwest something, whatever the hospital is in Vermont, put that on full blast with the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the COVID-19 scam pandemic. Remember, Scott Shara's case just finished. that the number one place in America responsible for murders of Americans are hospitals.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You're 6 times more likely to be murdered at a hospital. By the way, fun fact for all of us being conspiracy theorists, Secretary Kennedy came out last week and said that their internal FDA investigation has confirmed that certain American hospitals are murdering Americans while they're alive.
Yes.
Organs.
The-
Just to harm
organs.
remdesivir and the vents they put on everybody, and the hospital kidnappings, which continually go on for the children, or how, guys like, Children's Aid Services, certain parts in Canada have been shown to do this. Child Protective Services in the United States has been shown to do this in certain areas. And even what was disclosed by Kevin in Vermont.
I mean, even I think during COVID,
and it's all for profit. It's all for profit.
It is. When they put them on a ventilator, they got so much money.
They get money.
If they died, they got 3,000.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's a medical fact. I learned this from my late wife, who was a trauma nurse before she got her PhD in high energy physics, that they have to harvest the organs while the patient is still alive, because once they die, every organ is unusable.
Yeah, I have to get my name off the donor list.
I think mine's off.
Southwestern Medical
That's what I was just gonna
Medical is in Bennington. So
Southwestern Vermont Medical. Maybe people can call and say, why do you have a no trespass?
Center.
Okay, South or Northwestern?
Southwestern Vermont Medical Center.
So Southwestern Vermont Medical Center is whom gave Kevin that order, where they're sending off to him like, oh my gosh, you came to the hospital, refused to wear a mask 3.5 years ago because of COVID-19, no trespassing that he didn't know, sheriff didn't know. Usually those things are gone. So again, to Eagle Eye on the weaponization of Southwestern Medical Center in Vermont. Hey, I wonder if they're publicly traded. We know they get money from the government. I wonder if they had a USA. I wonder if they're a for-profit medical center, but if they start a Department of Justice investigation opened up on them.
They twisted that around too.
Wow.
He brought that up. How can you do that for somebody who didn't wear a mask? That's against my constitutional whatever. And they said it wasn't because you didn't wear a mask. It's because you were videotaping other patients.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
You know what matters to them? Money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you affect their
bottom line
money, and that'll get them paying attention.
Were they doing surgeries?
They violated his constitutional rights because he was denied due process.
But he wasn't allowed to use that as a defense just in his first time he was arrested, just like Cindy. You can't use the First Amendment.
She was told during her trial, you're not allowed to use the First Amendment.
Him too.
Defense in court.
Exactly.
The judge literally said that in court.
I remember that. But there's also a Fourth Amendment due process.
Yep.
And Kevin wasn't allowed due process. Either was Cindy.
Yeah.
But how do you deal with a corrupt judge who doesn't uphold the law?
All of them.
All of them.
Well,
get rid of them.
But no, that's what he's up against.
He called me
was
Attorney
totally
General 50
intimidated by
times this year. He said it in the
federal
video.
goons that were staring him down the whole time, along with the federal goons that were staring down Cindy's jury the whole time.
Yeah.
Kevin couldn't even go to his own father's funeral. He just passed away like a month ago, and we went to the private cemetery thingy and the 21 gun salute, and then we went to the store, and we're sitting there, and this RoboCop guy comes around the corner, and he's like 90 degrees, just staring, and then he starts typing. You get the hell out of there. He didn't dare go to his own dad's funeral. He didn't get to go to his sister's funeral either because they pulled the same crap. They know where he's going to be.
Well, I can't go to my home state because if I go in my home state, I don't have the right not to be vaccinated.
Wow.
And I saw these a-holes vaccine my late wife. She was dead within 6 days.
They murdered her.
Yeah, they murdered her.
In the hospital.
I feel like they did my partner too. They didn't vaccinate him, but they did the PCR thing, and he lost all speech and basically brain went nuts in 3 days. He wasn't even speaking anymore.
Yeah, well, they gave her a shot. They forced her to take it, or she couldn't get dialysis, and she had a total brain bleed out within 6 days.
How many millions did they do that to?
Hundreds of billions. They did.
God's watching, man.
And, and think about it this way. They gave 12 billion shots in 3 years. There's only 100 million seconds in 3 years. So how do you make and distribute 12,000 shots per second?
Yep.
We've been scammed. And this has been a plan for a long time, and they wanted to kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100 million seconds in 3 years, and they did 12,000 shots per second. That's inventing it, figuring it out, distributing it, and putting it in people's arms.
And the tests too.
Oh yeah, the tests.
The tests did kind of the same thing.
Yep.
Exactly.
Mask too. I mean, if you wanted to move around the States like me, and you couldn't go to an airport or rent a car unless you could show a vaccine passport, which said you had the jab and you're wearing a mask, or if you went on an airplane and a flight attendant, God forbid, you pulled down your mask, flight attendant, stewardess is going to call an air marshal who will fly tackle you in an airplane to the ground, arrest you, divert the airplane, and send you to jail for removing a mask, which within 5 minutes per OSHA standards constricts 30% of the oxygen supply going to your brain. So I said no to mask. I say no to vaccines. I say no to passport. You have a Nazi border guard couple who says at the Customs and Border Patrol you guys have in the States, says, well, you are not American, so you had no rights. And I said, well, international rights, medical freedom, Nuremberg, divine law, I chose not to put monkey DNA, dog DNA, dead babies into my body, thimerosal, radiological, biological, technological weapon. And he said, you have no fucking rights. You're not American. Never come back here again. 10 years. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff and malfeasance. So I bet that's weaponization. I should go to the Department of Justice and put his name and his wife's name in for complicit, and we've got all this stuff, right? And maybe we should get that overturned, because all I did was say, I was happy to travel, but you guys paint everybody into a corner and told us to put a gun to our head and pull the trigger in order to go somewhere.
They're even looking at
I know here gets that story, but that's also my story.
Do you remember the parents that went to school board meetings that they called domestic terrorists?
Yeah, the FBI.
They're even looking at that. I mean, that was weaponization against these parents.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, Brad, you know this. I took the Gulf War shots, and they made me sick, and they gave me a medicine. And that medicine was spiked with a cancer virus. And that's how I got my cancer. I'm a stage 2 cancer survivor from a medicine that I got after I took the Gulf War shots. I mean, do you really want to trust these guys? I got this medicine 30 years ago. Imagine what they could do to it now.
Yeah.
Well, they injected these kids in school without parental consent as well. It's just on and on. It's just on and on.
Yeah, this is more like the communist Russia that I was willing to fight against than the America that I thought I was defending.
Amazing.
It's terrible. You can get arrested for saying Jesus' name, but if you hurt a kid.
What a contrast.
Yeah.
It's all changing. That's
what a contrast, right, Lisa? We're going to see holy.
Yes, we're going to pray it down, Lisa.
Yes,
dissolve.
I want everyone to have hope and manifest. Look at what we want, not what we don't want, because that's where we're headed. So
There we go. Divine masculine, divine feminine, spiritual rudders, and compass.
Can you imagine how beautiful this world's going to be when it's finally cleaned up?
It's going to be. It'll be the golden age.
Yes.
when men and women get along because they
Yeah.
respect each other
Yeah.
and that they both have their way of communicating with the Lord and each other.
Yeah.
And they actually want to eat good food and good
Steak and
food
eggs
is
for breakfast.
available.
People have
And-
communications instead of texting again, you know?
Oh, how about that? If we're learning how to talk.
And we respect each other. We have differences, but we respect those
each other.
differences.
And what happened to just these beautiful conversations of
Yeah.
you believe in what you believe in, I believe in what I believe in, let's leave our differences behind. And I think we need to get back to that
Because
because
everyone knows Bigfoot's real.
does everyone
Will you
what?
say that again?
Because everybody knows Bigfoot was real. It was bringing in the comedy there.
Yeah, I like Bigfoot.
Everybody knows that. As long as we all agree.
I thought you were
You know
talking
what?
about my
Maybe
shoe
Kevin's
size.
with Bigfoot.
Maybe.
I said that to Liz Perkins. I said, could it have been Bigfoot? Because I don't get Bigfoot out of it.
I got him Sasquatch socks when I was away.
Oh.
Yeah.
What will we think if we find out that Bigfoot is really feminine?
No, still, I mean, I could
It's a
totally get with
50-50.
that. I could get with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Not a very
But not like
feminine.
get like, oh my gosh, I love you. You come over here, you know, like Pepe Le Pew get with that. No, I just get with that in my head, like, sure, why couldn't Sasquatch be feminine? You know, because they portrayed the Wookiee in Star Wars.
Yeah, there you go.
Chewbacca, so it could be Chewmama.
Chewmama.
Hey, with an Italian accent, of course, too. Hey, Chewmama. Buonanotte. How are you? There you go.
All right.
Well, that'd be like pizza then.
All right. Go ahead, Jim. You're saying.
Instead of the growl, it'd be from Chewmama. Pizza. Or manja.
Well, we have quite a few healers here on the call, so everybody, what I would ask y'all to do is just take a few deep breaths in, and then Bishop Jim is going to lead us in a closing prayer and a blessing. We have a shaman here. We have shaman mama, grandma, J.K. Sixer, Cindy Lou Young, heroine. She's a
my
shaman.
coach.
We have another shaman.
We studied together 15 years ago. We met in a shamanic training in Peru 15 years ago. Who knew? How insane is that?
Oh, that's cool. I've gotten to know Cindy Lou, and you know, she does the way she was portrayed. You'd think she was the second coming of Al Capone.
No, I'm Osama's sister.
Isn't it nice to be able to laugh about it now, Cindy?
Yes.
Remember how awful that was?
Yes, it is.
I mean, even our own families, you know, I keep telling them, maybe someday you're going to be proud of me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, your true friends are.
Your new family, friends, you know, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And then Lisa is a Huna and shaman, and we all have, you know,
And a best-selling author.
And a best-selling, soon to be next best-selling.
Movie star.
And a movie star.
Right,
She's
sure.
going to be an author. Cindy's an author too. Maybe I'm going to write a book.
Yeah. Oh, Vivian. Yeah, we'll definitely get you right.
I wrote a song.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you
I did.
Cowboy
It's awesome.
song. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a Kevin song from you know, I worked with AI a little bit.
It's cool. It's
It was
cool. You know
really
what?
fun.
I forgot to put that YouTube link down here in the description, so I'll do that after, and I'll just send it out here on Sovereign Soul socials as well tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
The Liz Perkins
Yeah.
dream.
And let me tell you-
don't even bother putting the song out because he wanted to make a video out of it, and I you know, whatever. I just
Liz-
mentioned it because it's kind of cool.
Liz is an extraordinary healer, and she's been through a lot in her life. And please follow her on YouTube and give her a shout out because she's an extraordinary woman. Her grandfather was a 33rd degree Mason, and I'm going to leave it with that.
All right, I think we're going to change this now. Everybody's tuning out. Sorry, got a little busy playing with the dogs. All right. I'm better now. Here we go.
My whole life up till certain ages when I was a young man. And so my grandfather was the one that taught me about the puppet governments and he loved that tactic. He served in the Army during the time the puppet governments were real popular in World War II. And so I listened to him, and I listened to my elders growing up. I mean, it's just it should be overall a respectful thing, not just based on a demographic or a geographic region. But the South is really heavy on focusing on yes, ma'am, yes, sir, no, ma'am. You know, your manners, opening doors for ladies, you know, things like that. And my mom always taught me, if a lady said, you don't have to open the door for me, you say, well, I'm not opening it because you're a female. I'm opening it because I'm a gentleman. My mom taught me that. So, you know, little things like that. So my grandfather being the you know, in your eyes, when you're 17 years old, 70 years old seems old, right? It does, and it's not. But when you're that age and you're looking up to someone, you know, you think gray hair and talking about the 1940s was a long time ago. So I looked up to him and I listened and I absorbed all that. And he'd tell me on the around the house and on his property, he'd say, come out here and let me show you how to do this, because grandpa won't be here your whole life. And now I know what that means now. When I'm doing something clogs up or a pipe or something, you know, it's just something he taught you. So that attitude was what focused me in. And then also he told me, like the Bible says, there'll be a time and a place in your life where you'll leave a boy and you'll become a man. And that day, to me, on hindsight, you know, they say hindsight's 20/20. For me, that day was when I joined the military. I felt like I left something behind and I went and joined something bigger and I did something bigger. And I don't think it's for everybody. It's not. And you don't have to be a veteran to be a patriot. But for me, that was my turning point. And I joined for all the right reasons. The laws, the orders. I knew military law was different because my grandfather, and he always would tell me, he would say, I'd ask him questions about the Army, and he'd say, son, there's some things I can tell you, and there's some things you just would have to know by being in it. Right. It's just hard to put into words. Mm-hmm. And I feel like when I joined the military, that aspect of that, and then the aspect of what he taught came together. And then when President Trump, on the campaign of 2015 and 2016, he said something that, you know, most of those generations knew. No one else would know that. That's why right now, the people who are not talking about puppet governments and government exile and all these terms, most of them are gone. They're passed away. That the ones that knew that, right? Or they're older. They're in their 90s, late 90s, and their memories are not there, and or they probably wouldn't be able to sit on a podcast like I do daily. So, you know, that's part of that, passing it forward, passing it down, paying it forward. And so my grandfather was one of those. Like I said, I learned everything from him, and he was on my mother's side. My great uncle that had been shot and all the others, a lot of them that were still living that I knew, all my grandfather's brothers had passed that were in the military. So all my others that were in the military were on my dad's side. They had never met each other. So how is it that now you'd only have to believe me that this is where people have to believe in people. But the laws show this. So it's like I tell people, here's the laws and here's my family experience. You don't have to believe my family experience, but the laws already outline this. And that's what the laws read. As we still sit here to this day, the laws still show we're in a partial continuity of government and we're in a military occupation. All right. But my family part, those men didn't know each other. And when President Trump said, I have 200 generals backing me and more to come, well, that was what they called a conspiracy theory for all those years of the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. So what are the odds that I remember both sets of men that didn't know each other talking about those generals that said never again will we let happen to this country what happened under JFK. If we get a chance to take it over, we will. That it ain't there. So those men knew that. And then right before I went viral, I got to sit with I think he's still living, but he was 84 years old at the time. in Biola Battery, Alabama, at a little church. There's 100+ witnesses. So again, if people want to believe that 100+ people would lie, especially Christian folk at a little church in Alabama, then that's on you. But my cousin is a preacher, and he wanted me to sit with this fella because I've been saying that preachers needed to learn what's going on more than anybody, because they're the bell sheep. They're the people that people look to. Catholic Church, don't matter what church you're in, but church, bell sheep. You're the bell sheep, like the Bible talks about. And so his wife had been following me and following my stuff, and she got it, but she's like, I get it, but I can't repeat it. And so, I thought it'd be something that all preachers could study, like they study for their sermons on Sunday. Right. And so he wanted me to sit with this gentleman who was 84 and tell him what was going on, because he was a Marine Corps veteran. He was in 17 years. Now, everybody with the number 17, what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
He was a 17-year Marine Corps veteran.
Yeah.
And this is before everything for me. And so I sat with him. He asked me I told him what was going on. And then he asked me every difficult question you can think of with the military related, all military side. And then I answered every one of them to the T. And then I said, I have these documents. And he said, put me on them. And I looked at him. I was like, you have an email? And he was like, son. He was 84 years old. And so I was like, okay, yes, sir. So I put him on him that night. I put him on there, which it sent an email on, like Google Drive does. It sent them over to him. Within 2 weeks, he read those. They sat me down with him again 2 weeks later. And then he did the talking. He said it just like this. This was June 28th, now 2022. So this was just right before I went viral in August 2022.
Okay.
And so he said this. He said, son, you have everything in those documents that people could cling to, sink their teeth into, to grasp what's going on right now from military and federal. And he said, but there's one thing I want you to do for me. He said, I want you to add right on the front of your documents. You said it's a monumental historical operation. He was like, I want you to add it's a biblical, monumental, historical operation.
Woo!
He said, when you do that, he said it just like this. When you do that, I believe God's going to take this around the world for you. He said it just like that.
Wow.
And I just don't think you can make that up. Now, I used the punch for last, but the other part that was really cool for the military side was when I told him everything in that chronological order of all his questions, and I answered it. When it finally clicked with him that this is what he did. And now I'm 84 years old. He probably couldn't punch you and hurt you, but he might could, because being a Marine Corps veteran. But he flexed his muscles just like that. He balled his fist up and he flexed his muscles just like that. And everybody witnessed this. He goes, it's happening. It's happening. Like that. And he said it just like that. And I got chill bumps. I still get chill bumps to this day, because you just would have had to been there. You would have had to seen him, and then also know your typical Marine Corps veteran. All right. They are always ready to go. And he balled his fist, and we're in this church, and he goes, it's happening. It's happening. Well, he was talking about the takeover by the military in a good way. See, you got people out there, these liberals, a lot of these liberals, they just don't respect the military. They don't respect military. They don't respect freedom, because they don't realize they're only as free as their surroundings allow them to be. And that's because of us and that ideology and the men and the women who have bought into that and kept that going all these years. But so all that added up to when President Trump said that. See, I wasn't out of the military long when this was going on. So I had already been digging in on what Obama had done courts martial wise. I mean, there were so many amendments to the courts martial and so basically military tribunals, etc. So all these things, these amendments have been taking place. And if you dig and study into it, it'll read as if they favored the terrorists more than they favored us, the soldiers, our own soldiers. And so when you do that deep dive in there, I had already done all that to figure out what the heck was going on that I witnessed in the military that was not military bearing nowhere. And there's going to be a lot more of me finally build some confidence once this stuff, finally sinks in later and later and later. Because what's Obama's linked to in the Supreme Court dockets that President Trump had, all this stuff, a lot more veterans will come out and go, oh yeah, I remember seeing this, and I remember seeing this. I remember it was not military bearing whatsoever. So when that happens, well, I'd already seen that, and I already had the intellect to know that's not whatever all this is. And then also when President Trump, so when all that took place, it kind of, for me, it was slow because, you treat day by day. But then when that happened, everything clicked on all the studies I'd already done. See, I got forced out. I was forced to retire. Right. So I took a retirement package, right? And there's no way, every military person knows this, especially that if you're a colonel or higher, there's no way a guy like me should have been retiring with the service I had. There's no way. I didn't medical out. I have medical because every veteran's due for that. But I retired out, and I didn't do 20 years. I didn't do anywhere close to it. And so that was what they call the deal with the devil, as the saying is. It's like they were the devils, but they knew they had me bent over a barrel, as that saying is in the South. They knew they had me. I had to sign that package. All right, because the alternative, no one wants to know what that is, and that's the part I haven't told yet. But that will come out one day. It's already in the memorandum by President Trump, a lawful memorandum. And so when I get to tell that, it'll make sense. But right now, it'll sound like it's more about me than it is about the mission, and I'm all about the mission. But all that, there'll be more soldiers. I'm not the only one. I've met a few others, and I know some personally that went through it too. But all that tied in. And then when President Trump said that on that, I was like, that was game over for me. And that's when I knew that there was a plan in place. I already knew there was a plan. And then also, I've yet to tell this to anybody yet, but that's okay. I sat with a few people that are prominent people that most people would know. I sat with them in private. And basically, I said, I need to know this for my own personal health and sanity. Because of what I witnessed here and moving forward, I need to know. And I said, I know we're in a military government and a continuity government. And I know you can't say anything with your lips, but can you shake your head yes or no? And they went. So, and that was what set me on that path. And then I just started tracking everything President Trump was doing. And it took time. I mean, because all this stuff had to roll a certain way. And it's like a puzzle. I don't know who else plays puzzles or puts them together, but I start with all the corner pieces and the end pieces, the edges, right? So it's a process.
Let me interject one thing for those of you who may not know Derek very well, but you also have almost a photographic memory, right? So when you read something, unlike most people who will remember like 5 to 10% of it, you remember 100% of what you're reading. That's kind of a unique thing, right? So I think one thing that you have to be careful of is that you'll read something and understand it, and it takes some other people, they'll have to read it 3 or 4 times, right? So talk a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, you want to know how I discovered that? I'll tell you about that. You know how I discovered that I had a photographic memory? Gus is going to laugh here. Gus is going to load this. So I did my undergrad at the University of Alabama. And, it's a big football college. We have the most national championships in football. So when most students go there, you're just focused on game day. And then you cram study. Right? You don't study all week. Now, some do. But the ones who are there for the wrong reasons, like I was, this was years ago, right? I'm straight out of a small town. I graduated with 43 people, right? I'm out of small town, farm town, USA, and I go to big booming. It's not as big as it, man. It was 18,000 students then. It's 50-something, 55, 58,000 now. But it was big to me then. And so, I would make it today at my age today. I wouldn't make it at my age then today. But I discovered it it was so funny. I was one of those that there's a meme that floats around on the internet and it says, man, that test was hard. And then the guy goes, Yeah, it sure was. And it said, the one said, especially the back of it, and the one says the back. Well, didn't realize there's a back of the test, right? So I was one of those. I'll never forget. It was a political science class, political science 101. It was the easiest level of political science, and I hated that class because it was mostly liberal professors. Let's be honest.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I walk in there in the foyer, and everybody's got papers up, studying, like reading over it. And I walked up. There's my buddy. I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Dude, we got a test today." I'm like, "A test? We got a test today?" And he goes, "Dude, you didn't know we have a test today?" And I'm like, "No." And so I'm like, "Give me that." Like I took whatever they had, a bunch of papers. So I'm like, I took the ones they weren't looking at the moment, and I just go, and then they said, "Give me that back." So, well, give me that other you got. And so I was like, I walk right in there. I can make an easy C or a B just by crap notes. Right, because I can remember everything. So anyway, that's when I realized, I'm like, oh, I got a gift. I need to utilize this. So yeah.
So cramming and memorizing, and so it really, and that's why you can read through the laws and orders and the EOs, and have 100% recognition of what that is, and even the numbers, these big long numbers of how all these fit together, right? So keep your story. So you basically now putting this all together. Trump talks about generals. You talk to somebody like General Flynn or somebody else like that, and you basically now have this fire underneath you. So continue there.
Yeah, I mean, so I just knew what people were going to be witnessing. They weren't going to know what they were looking at if they didn't know, because people who know me and watch my podcast regularly, I've kind of dropped off of it occasionally, but now I've come back to it. But the data was, I don't know what it is now. I don't know if anybody's taken a poll out there and how they would even judge that, but just statistically, they've shown that 68% of America can't even name the three branches of government. I mean, if you can't even name them, then you're definitely not going to know how things function and operate. And so that's why so many people are bickering and fussing, because I'm like, you don't even know how it functions and operates. And some people right now, that the irony is, most people fussing right now, especially if they consider themselves a Republican, conservative, President Trump supporter, they're no reason to bicker whatsoever, because this is an operation. It's a whole. And I knew people were going to struggle with the overall concept first. Right. But, I'm like, well, if you're willing to learn, you're willing to know, and you want to learn, but especially if you love President Trump and you want to honor him even more, then, man, I mean, there's a blueprint in place. It's laws and orders, but you got to go read the laws. You got to go read the orders, and then there's visuals to them. But I knew the long haul, it was going to be rough for some people, because the patience you got to have. It's not easy, but at the same time, it's going to be worth it. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. It's not easy, but anything that's worth it in life is normally not easy. So that's kind of where the passion came. And then I was like, well, I can read all this. I have the time to do it. It's a lot of reading. I mean, one NDAA alone can be 800 pages. That's just a defense budget. That's not your executive orders, and that's not your Army publications, your military publications, your DOD directives, your DOD instructions. I mean, there's a lot of the stuff that goes together. So I have the time to do it. So it's kind of also another hilarious thing. In college, they had these things called Cliff Notes, where someone like me would go read the book To Kill a Mockingbird, and you didn't have to read the book. I just summarized the book for you chapter by chapter, and they would get paid for that. So I did the same thing with the Midnight Rider Rides Again. Those books, I made it to where I wrote it the same way I felt when I was in college. I hated having to hold my place and go in the back of the book, find the reference. I made all the references as you go. I hated that. So I made it to where people don't have to do that. You take the book, open it in front of you, laptop right in front of you. There's the link. Now, the only work you got to do is type the link out, but it's there. You don't have to flip to the back of the book, nothing like that. And then I made it as simple as possible, the first one. And then part two was obviously a continuation of the time frame, but then also, I dove a lot deeper into special operations, and then where people can get a kind of a chunk out of that. And the other thing too was a lot of people have been conditioned not to think, and that's the worst thing you can do. Now, you don't want to run wild with your thoughts, but open your mind is what special operations does. There's a lot of variables that you can let your mind think, but always have a foundation. So the first thing is always have that foundation, that President Trump's your foundation, the laws and orders of foundation. He's working with laws and orders. He's not firing off at the hip daily. They have, this is a blueprint. It's a plan. 45-47 on the ball cap. I always keep it handy, but 45-47, that is your operation. That's the whole thing. And I tell people, pretend there's a parameter there. It ain't going to stop here, but just pretend for the moment. But that's your operation. That's your visual of your operation. And he put that on there April the 2nd, 2023. So for those who know what a dash means, it means continuous. Well, it wasn't continuous yet. That was a year and 7 months before November the 5th. He's already claiming I'm 45, 46, and 47. A year and 7 months before the actual election. So see, that's what the dash is this operation. And then this operation is like my grandfather taught. They use some old school tactics, which is cool. But they've pulled out every stream possible. When they said go time, they had every stream possible. No loopholes will be there. So they use government in exile. They use the puppet government. It's all unconventional warfare, irregular warfare. Same thing with Israel and Iran, all these tunnels. It's been an all-out war from another angle. Not the kind of war that people have been conditioned that think that they were going to see. So, it's all unconventional, and it's not conventional for a purpose. So it's when you hear unconventional, it's a clandestine and covert, and those mean you're not going to know about them until we want you to know about them. So this was so much stuff that they had to take care of.
The dash matters. Told me, you always said the dash matters, right?
Yeah. Well, and if you'd have told me 12, 15 years ago like that, I'd be capable of knowing. But if you'd have told me, hey, by 2025, the 9 years operation, this will be taken care of in the time frame and what they've accomplished, I would have told you you're crazy. And any military personnel would have told you that, even all the way up to probably even a general, but maybe a colonel. A general is a little bit more positive sometimes, period, no matter what, because they've been doing that for so long. But when people say I don't see anything happening, nothing's happening, those are people who have no clue what's going on. When you look at everything that's been taking place, there's just no way that trade deals are a lot bigger than what people think. They're not just trade economically, they're trade in military in another way. That's people who are capitulated to President Trump, knowing that, hey, we had everything on you and what you were doing to your people. So that's a capitulation in a whole other way. And then like markets like Vietnam and Syria and Iraq, those three markets alone out of all the others, but those three should show people right there that if President Trump was a laughingstock like the liberals and all these others, you see this drama all over social media saying, we wouldn't be making deals with Syria, Iraq, and Vietnam. We have never been in the Vietnam market. So there's a lot of things that people are seeing that they think is just like something that's like, oh, yeah, we made a trade deal. And they don't realize how big that is as well. So there's so much stuff that's taken place just to this point. But the law shows we're still in a partial continuity government, which means it's winding down, but we're still in a partial. But yeah, it is so biblical, monumental, historical, like the Marine Corps veteran was saying, that it's almost hard to really put into words.
Yeah. And if you just look at the progress we made, because if Hillary had won the 2016 election, I'd be in a gulag, right? You probably would be too, right? Or we'd be dead or in a gulag. We would not be talking, right?
I guarantee you I would be. I don't know about anybody else, but I would be.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, that's another thing I've shown people too. I'm like, look, I have shown everything lawfully. I haven't shown any secret missions or anything that I know of like that. But everything I've shown, if Alex Jones, all these people talking about, oh, the FBI's on their door and all that. The FBI ain't on your door because of talking about laws and orders. I can tell you right now, because they know that most people won't even believe that, right? Yeah, because look at the people who follow me. I mean, I have a big following, but I don't have as big as it probably should be, not because it's me, but just because of the content. But if anybody was going to be arrested or harassed or beaten on a door, it'd be my door. Right. And so that's why I show people too. It's like I freely ride around the country. I tell people where I'm speaking, where I'm going to be. No one, not nobody, no one's threatened me whatsoever. But, now I do have personal security like that. But I'm talking about no FBI, no CIA, nobody. So, that it's all public for a reason. Like I tell people, if it was more clandestine, covert, it wouldn't be available through the laws and the orders, but it's all there. It's all there for everybody to take. It could have been anybody that had another memory like me. It could have been someone else, but it's all there. It's all public. So if you have the time to sit and read, it's there. Well, what a lot of, not maybe people here, but what a lot of the people, when I talk about the other people out there, the ones complaining, they're going to all these moving mouths everywhere and trying to take a sample of every one and put it together. And you can't do that with what President Trump's working with, because he's not operating that way. He's operating straight off federal and military laws and orders, military predominantly right now because of the military occupation, but federal has to play in that as well, because the one moment he loopholed anything, guess what would happen? It would negate the whole thing. Lawfully.
Yeah, and so obviously you've spent a lot of time educating people on all the way to the EOs and even some of the governmental things, and Biden continuing to re-up things that wouldn't be in his best interest, showing that they were in control somehow. Patriots in control, so some people would say, right? So what do you anticipate now going forward? Eventually, military tribunals, where we would actually get to see them, or this? I believe there's been military tribunals going on the whole time to infiltrate the infiltrators, right? That the secret societies took over. We infiltrated the infiltrators, I believe, with military tribunals that brought people, did deals. Q was saying no deals, and I believe we were doing deals right and left, getting cameras on people and capturing information during this military exercise, all in the last 7 years. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But do you think some of that's happened with military tribunals, and what do you think? Where do you think we're going?
Well, what it'll be is it'll look like it's live, just like right now. All this stuff, like Russiagate, all this stuff is not live time. It is for the people it thinks it is, but it's not for the patriots that know what's in the laws and the orders. So the same thing with the tribunals. It'll look like that. Where and then too, they're going to show people that people know, right? They may show a few layers down. But, like I tell people all the time, I'm like, if you knew all the people on the totem pole who were actually involved in this, not the names that you know, it'd be like watching Days of Our Lives. Remember the soap operas? It's like 47 years old. It's like, if you don't know what happened back here, like at year 1, picking up in year 13, it's not going to help you either, right? You got to know the whole story. But that's the way I look at tribunals, is where there's so many people who will have gone through them, but for the average public, they're going to only want to see the faces and names they know naturally. But yeah, I mean, with the names and the depths of what, the colonels and people that I know, generals that I know, yeah, I mean, it would be, they would have started that a long time ago. And then when it's time to disclose it, then it'll look like a normal setting. But, people believe certain things are live on TV sometimes, and they're not live on TV, or, like American Idol, your music plug, those things were pre-filmed, and then they do them weekly. but they were already filmed. I was a part of a show like that one time, and we had to sign NDAs. We had to sign all these agreements, right, where we didn't tell people what happened weekly because it was already filmed, and then they put it out.
Right.
And so it's kind of like that. When people ask me all the time, well, wouldn't so and so's family know? I'm like, oh yeah, they know, and they know. They also know what happens if they were to slip up or tell whatever their plea deal was, whatever their bargain was. Like they were told, if you tell, if you slip up, or if this happens, then every time something happens, then it's a notch on whatever on the person who is detained that way. So that's how that's how you do that. But all the tribunals, that's also things I tell people. I'm not rooting for it in the wrong kind of way, but that's the part where we got to make sure that we never get back to in history. But military tribunals, military government, anything military involved with civilian, we shouldn't want that. But we reached that place in history, and so I believe they're going to see some. Me personally, yeah, I would think people would have to see some executions, like the firing squads, because to me personally, if I saw someone die like that, that sends a message that who it won't be me. I'm not going to be that person, but if I was a bad person, that would send a message. Go, oh, I think I'll find an alternative to life. But I think you might see some of that. Then you have the imagery of, I know Idaho did it, and I can't remember what other state recently. It may have been South Carolina with their firing squad. So I know Idaho brought it back. So there's that may be imagery, but I don't think it is, because that happened in years past. So some of that, you start seeing that. The quick trial, President Trump talked about the quick trial, trial in the morning, execution by the end day. Everything President Trump says, it does come true. And I think what they'll do, though, this is just my, my perspective on it, is what you've seen this week, just this past week alone. President Trump, NPR and PBS got defunded. All right. He had already hammered CNN. They've already lost all their everything, just about. They've down to a little cubicle on the outskirts of Atlanta now. They're not their big building anymore. And then he went after MSNBC, which he calls MSDNC, after the Democrat National Convention. He's going after them. And then also, this is very important that I've been showing people. I don't know how many of my people are catching on how important this is, but he's done posted it twice, 2 different time periods, which has also been 2 different upholdings. But the appeals court upheld the ban on the Associated Press, the AP.
Right.
They're banned from Mar-a-Lago, and they're banned from the White House, which also means they'll be banned from presidential travel or anything. So whatever they're writing right now, they're writing strictly off of what they're seeing somewhere else, not off of their gatherings. And so upholding by an appeals court, that's judiciary, first off, judicial branch. So that shows that upholding means it's already enforced somewhere back here. All right, well, executive order. President Trump put an executive order into place in 2019 for the telecommunications. All right, and it's got a national emergency attached to it. Well, why would Joe Biden, there's one of those executive orders, why would Joe Biden continue that executive order that's destroying the mainstream media, right? Because that's who the weaponization was the mainstream media. They're the ones that weaponize against people. So why would Joe Biden contribute to that? That's exactly what that is, because you have executive orders who stand alone, then you have national emergencies that can be verbal that stand alone, but then when you put a national emergency in an executive order, then it has a 2-year clause attached to it. Either way, the national emergencies always have a 2-year clause, but when you put it in an executive order like that, well, when quote unquote Joe signed that, continued it, it continued it 2 more years.
Right.
So why would you continue an executive order just to hand back to President Trump on January the 20th, 2025 and go, here's 8 executive orders with 8 national emergencies. And oh, by the way, we're going to call you a dictator. We're going to call you all these names, but it wouldn't make sense. Here's what most of them are doing. Deporting the migrants. That's an executive order, the Nicaraguan. And then also Hong Kong. President Trump said it was China that took over the Panama Canal. Well, then he turned and said it's Hong Kong, which we know they're part of China, but if we know the history of that. So there's the Hong Kong. All right. Then the executive order froze all the assets of funding the Chinese Communist military. Well, this book right here, I've been showing this. This is the Biden report. It's the same size as my part 2 of the Midnight Rider. Mine's 596 pages. This is 636 pages. Well, if you just recently saw Hunter Biden, quote unquote Hunter, on his interview July 21st, 2025, just last week, they confirmed the laptop's real, and they confirmed Rudy Giuliani giving the laptop. He had a copy. Well, he gave it to Marco Polo Research Group, and they put this together. This ties all of it in: child trafficking, sex trafficking, human trafficking. It's got the introductions of the Chinese in here. Joe was getting paid millions of dollars just to make an introduction. Just, hey, Gus, how you doing? All right. Hey, Annette, give me $2 million for that introduction. Okay, here you go. Right. So it's all here. They got the text messages. The big guy. You remember President Trump on the debate? You're the big guy. We think you're the big guy. You're the big guy. It's all in here. Text messages, wire transfers, checkbooks, Zelly, all of it. So you can get this on Marco Polo. I forget their website, but it's like $50. I mean, this is way more detailed than the Midnight Rider. I can go ahead and say right now, they got little boxes and you name it. This is way more detailed. They should sell it for $100, but I know they can't lawfully. I think it's MarcoPoloUSA.org is the website, but it's been confirmed. It's all confirmed. So that executive order freezing anybody funding the Chinese Communist military. So why would Joe continue that? Also, this Associated Press, all the press, the NPR, PBS, that's a wartime order. So that's what's important about that. That's 47 U.S. Code, Section 606, which is titled War Powers of the President. All right. He can suspend and revoke licenses, all these other things from mainstream media. So why would quote unquote Joe, and taking the Panama Canal back, all these things, Doge, he quote unquote Joe funded in the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, right? Doge is in there. There's your monetary bill for Doge, and it's in quote unquote Joe's. And then also they displayed that Joe Biden had Democratic House and Democratic Senate from 2021 to 2023. He couldn't terminate any tariffs. It's presidential authority to terminate a tariff. That's the Trade Act of 74 and 62. It's all presidential. Not one time from 2021 to 2025. Also, not one single judge, not one single Obama, Clinton, or Bush appointed judge tried to block a tariff from 2021 to 2025. And now you got liberals saying, oh, the tariffs are destroying the economy and the American people got to pay for it. Well, they first have to answer why their guy, I know he wasn't real, but they don't know that. Explain why Joe never terminated one tariff and no judge blocked one tariff. Explain that. And they can't explain that. But I can, because that's your beautiful dash.
The
right?
dash.
So it's all a military government, so military occupation and continuity government.
Right. Yeah, and so, and are there some events that have happened that surprised you? I know because I see it's almost like no matter what happens, you're going, well, I expected that because we're under occupation. Is there anything that's kind of surprised you the last couple of years?
Not really. I think the only thing that surprised me is I thought more Americans would appreciate knowing that there's a military operation going on lawfully that you can put your eyes and ears on. I thought more people would appreciate that, but the unfortunate flip to that is there's not a lot of veterans who do know what's going on, and they're the ones who really should. And so I took slack the first 3 years ago from people because, oh, he attacks veterans. I'm like, I'm a veteran myself. I'm not attacking veterans. I'm saying my brothers and sisters need to step up. You need to know why you served. Why did you? I had a lieutenant colonel who, if I got my attitude from I would never throw him under the bus either. But I had a lieutenant colonel who was like, every Monday he would ask a question. He'd give 3 questions on Monday. They were easy. you got to research them. We had access on base to computers and things like that where you could study. And what were most people doing? Writing their girlfriends, writing their boyfriends, writing their wives, writing their husbands, all that. And during their free time, I was reading and studying because I'm like, I'm here, I'm in for it. And so on Friday, the first time he ever did it, you wondered, okay, is he going to ask 3 questions here and then it'd be 3 different questions on Friday? Nope, same 3 questions. No trick to it. Well, you raise your hand and he go, because there's only a couple of us that raise our hands the first time. And so I'm like, he asked, what was the turning point of the Revolutionary War? And I go, oh, Valley Forge. He said, correct, throws you a challenge coin. So you already got it. But then he go, all right, well, can you want to elaborate on it? Or no big deal if you don't. You already answered it. But you could elaborate if you want. And then he'd ask another question, and you couldn't take the same question unless someone just didn't know it, and then he'd come back to you. But it'd be only 3 people every week. And about the 4th week, same few of us raising our hands. You can't wear a PC, what they call a patrol cap, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know military terms, but it's a PC. It's what we wear with our uniform. When you're indoors, you take them off. You don't ever wear them indoors whatsoever. So they go in your pocket, and it's always in your cargo pocket right on your thigh. And I'll never forget, he had his leg kicked up on a Humvee. We were in a motor pool, and he kicked off of it, and he reached down there. He threw that PC. And he said a bunch of 4-letter words and a few other letter words. It was like a Morse code. And he was mad. He was flaming mad, too. He wasn't like, and he was like, look at you people. You don't even know what you're serving for. You raised your right hand. You wanted a paycheck. You wanted stability. You wanted medical. You wanted dental. You wanted a paycheck. That's what you wanted. And it was like, you got an easy life, but you're not going to know why you die for it if you take that fall. And that always motivated me. That sent chills because I'm like, that's my spirit animal, right? That's my mentor. That's that's why I'm serving, right? And so there's not that many in service that have that same attitude. Now, are they good people? Yes. Will they fight for you? Yes. Do they love you? Yes. Do they love America? Yes. But the passion and the history, it all coincides. And that's what he was trying to say, is that we have to have all this together and pass that forward, or we're going to lose America even with our troops. And that was that military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower and 5-star General Eisenhower warned us about in 1961. Now the way you solve that is what you're seeing right now with Pete Hegseth, and they just got the first Marine Corps general that's going to be the commander of the Naval Academy. So there's going to be a lot of changes with the Navy, with the Marine Corps in there. There's going to be a lot of basically close the blinds kind of deal, and you better listen to what I say. Nothing hazing, nothing like that. But it's going to be a new way you walk and a new way you talk and what you study. And you got to train people, right? You got to teach them and train them. And if they don't get it, all right, you're out of here. If you don't get with this program, you're out of here, right? So,
yeah. What do you think about the whole election machines? I think that Patrick Byrne and I think even Flynn's involved in this, and Juan O'Savin's talking about a lot. Is that they believe they've got people from Serbia that was working with China that has all the evidence about what was created in Venezuela with these 3, Sequoia, Smartmatic, now Dominion. And that they control the elections for not only the U.S. at all levels, federal, state, and local, but 71 other countries. And I always said that we really don't have our country fully back until we get these what I call the selection machines out of here. Any thoughts on how that relates to the military orders, or what you think is going to happen there?
Well, that's another big one there. Now I'm on record saying it. And it's not about being right or wrong, obviously, but that's why you can prove that this is a military operation from the start, from 2016. Mm-hmm. Now, you're always going to have people that have an opinion on whether they think military should or shouldn't be able to step in, whatever. But our special operations shows that in a Special Operations Command Unconventional Warfare Pocket Guide that if the United States government does not, give the nod, then we can still go for it. Meaning like, okay, we were established first. The military was established first in our nation. It's straight up the gate. All right. So anybody has a problem with that, they don't know our history. But all that matters is if you have a multitude of people who do, and we do, and that's what you witnessed. You witness of true, full-fledged, the coup was over here on this side. That was that was Obama and them in 2016 is when the coup tried to happen. People need to remember that. 2020 was not the coup. 2020 was already in operations, and laws and orders show that, but also visuals. So when you hear Republicans out there talking about, we can't move forward until 2020 is fixed. No, 2020 don't have anything to do with the whole spectrum. Lou Dobbs was fired from CNN in 2008 or 9 for saying that the Smartmatic and the Dominion systems would have implications on future elections. He was fired effective immediately the next day after that show. All right, that was way back before President Trump. So these have been in place before, and even before digital, they found a way to cheat, right? Because of integrity and people, right? And the swamp was already there. So even the systems made it easier to cheat, which is cyber and cyber command and all the other things you got to do with text and all these different coding systems. I mean, that's why it requires what? You always got to have a checks and balances system every day, every week, every month, every year. You can't get relaxed on this stuff, especially now with what we have technology-wise. So 2016, I've shown people how the military would have stepped in. Now, you didn't see more of the visuals till later, but here's proof. Like I said a while ago, at any one time, President Trump tried to loophole anything or shortcut something, then the integrity goes out the window of what he's standing for and what his face is for and what his image is for. Now, he's not the operation. He's the one who said, I'll be the leader during that. I'm the outsider. I understand this stuff. He does have a 170 IQ. He is very brilliant man. I'm not saying he's not, so hang with me. But he's not the whole operation. All right, the generals, the military, the leaders, the world leaders that are a part of this are the whole operation. President Trump's just the one that says, yes, I'll put my face on it, my name, my brand. I'll take the hate, the ridicule, the mockery, the cussing, all that. I'll take that. Because he knows he'll be exonerated down here. That's why I keep telling Republicans, conservatives, hang on. You need to know what's in place. It's an operation. It's a military operation. But over here, this what proves it. Laws and orders prove it. At any one time that he loophole anything, it's done deal. That's how they're going to get Obama for murder. Obama does not have a single anything with Libya on paper. Nothing. And that's what's in the Supreme Court docket that President Trump has, United States government. Donald J. Trump versus United States government. And they're gonna get Obama for murder of Osama bin Laden and Gaddafi. They're gonna get him, Hillary, and all of them. So they just got it's already on the docket. It's waiting to be heard. It's waiting. So whenever they wanted to close that to the public, that's gonna be your biggie. All right. So before you get there, 2016, there's no Title 10 order anywhere for the National Guard to go to the election polls. 2018, 2020, 2022, and this year, the National Guard were at the election polls everywhere. No soldier can be anywhere at a poll, anywhere, unless they're on official federal duty. That is Title 18, Section 592 of our codification. All right, there's fines for that and also prison for that. So no soldier can be anywhere around a poll, especially if they look like they're trying to persuade someone to vote or change them or deflect them from voting or what. No, that's all President Trump. But there's no Title 10 order on paper from 2016 to 2018. All right, there's no Title 10 in Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency September the 12th, 2018, which was 2 months before. So where's it got to be? There's only one other place it can be. Only one. Presidential Emergency Action Document, which is draft classified, and only the president can know about it, the DOJ, and the FBI. Not even Congress. And here's how you prove that. Right now, as we speak, Mike Lee from Utah, who's Republican, who President Trump nominated, what they're going to do is after all this operation, they are going to change the way national emergencies are basically it's going to go from 2 years to 30 days. All right. If it's not terminated within 30 days or resolved, then they terminate it. Well, right now from 2022, 2023, 2024, and current day, there's been multiple senators put in, especially the Democrats, that the presidential emergency action documents, because they're draft classified, that the president needs to report to Congress those in the same time frame when they're declared. All right, because right now they're secretive. You can't know what's in them but the military, the president, and then the DOJ and the FBI. So why are there senators bickering and fussing about PEDs that are open? And there's 56 PEDs that's already in a Senate.gov. I have that. I'll post that link on my site later. I've been meaning to post about it. There's 56 PEDs that were open as of 2017. 56. All right. So the only place that Title 10 could be, if it's not an executive order, is in a PED. All right. Presidential emergency action documents expand the power of the president. They open up 120 statute powers of the president. So that's why the left have been bickering about them, because President Trump then has all these different powers he can utilize. All right. So we have evidence on nationalguard.mil sites, 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024, National Guard out. Where's the order? It's nowhere to be found on the Federal Register where it's supposed to be if it was in a Title 10 executive order. So therefore, it has to be in a PED. That proves your whole continuity of government. Not only does an executive order for continuity of government prove it, but the continuity of government accompanies the PEDs. President Eisenhower established them at the same time. They coincide. You don't have one without the other. They coincide. So when you have evidence of one on paper, you have evidence of the others for sure. All right. So that's what shows the operation. So that tells you that when he told you in 2020, he told the whole world in the debate, we have it all, we've caught them all. All right. So that solidified that. So what everybody's going to see is the numbers. I think it's going to be something like Reagan versus Mondale, when Mondale only had the 3 electoral votes from Minnesota. And it was a landslide. I think when all the numbers really come out, President Trump destroyed the Democratic Party, the evil Democratic Party, with the 2016, 2020, and the 2024. It won't be as close as what the numbers, because it's all an operation. And then, yes, you have your other nations. On 2020, November the 4th, 2020, 4-star general put a tweet out that we have our Cyber Command and National Security Council and our joint partners around the world watching. All right. So they already know where those countries are. So all that stuff will already have been collected. But then the evidence will come out about the Russiagate is coming out now. But all the other stuff, that may be the next thing they tackle. I don't know what's going to lead up to murder, but that seemed like that would be the path to go before you get to the murder stuff. But
get to the election stuff. Election stuff, is that what you meant? Yeah. That would
possibly. I don't know. I don't know what lane they're going, but obviously they know the environment. They know people are getting fatigued and tired, and you got Marjorie Taylor Greene saying this ain't the same Republican Party. So they got all this stuff. It's distracting people still, but at the same time, they also know the distraction ain't working either. Some of it is fatiguing people and getting people tired and jumping ship and all that. But, but then again, that's President Trump for you. You got to read his books. You got to go read his books too. Right when he looks like he's about to lose, that's when it's going to happen. So, But it's kind of like you're finding out who your friends are, right? Too. That's why I tell people, look, if President Trump went out in the middle of the ocean and jumped in it, I might go with him because I'm with him. I'm with him wholeheartedly, right? That's what I tell people. But he hasn't shown anything to me, and it's not just him. But see, that's hard to do that because it's not just him. But there's nothing on paper, laws and orders, that has not once gone against our foundation and our fabric and our grain. But especially for all of us veterans that do know what's going on, there's nothing that's been done that's gone against the grain of any fabric of our nation and what we're supposed to be fighting for. But I told him one time, when I was down there, I said, pardon me, ladies, if I normally don't, but I was like, man, I'd walk through a mile of dog shit or cow shit for you. And then if you told me to go run through a brick wall, I'm going to try. Because he's just that commander to me, and he's every commander that every veteran should want to fight for. And that's just the way I look at it. But so
yeah,
sorry, ladies, but that's or men too, whatever. But that's just the way I view it.
Right. And I know we burnt through the hour pretty quickly here. I could talk to you for about 3 or 4 hours. It's fun. It's fun. Anything? Just to wrap up, I do want to get to some prayer for you real quick. But is there anything that you're really looking forward to? What's like one or two things that you just saying, wow, I just can't wait till this happens.
Well, I am looking forward to the disclosure of the with the murder. That goes back to when you're a good soldier and you're fighting for the right reasons. Everybody that I know that I serve with, we were all fiery mad with the Benghazi thing, the Benghazi situation, and the other thing, that was my unit that Hillary took the Stinger missiles from. All right, and we know. See, when you know a capability of a weapon system, then you also know that our men that died at stake, we couldn't run a rescue mission with a helicopter. Because a Stinger missile can track an aircraft for 17 seconds, and you got to be an ace pilot to outrun it. I'm talking about one of the most skilled pilots. But it's not going to be in a helicopter. It had to be in a fighter jet. And so, when you think about when she was sitting there, when we're watching that live, we're sitting there watching this, knowing what she's saying. That was the tipping point for me at that time period. And so that's the part I think that I'm looking forward to, is that Obama and the people behind it, not just him, but all the people. Some of them maybe even passed. But you look at Colin Powell and all these people, they died a traitor. Think about that. You just think about the people who have already passed on. But when you look at the wrinkle flag, that tells you right there that's right. He was a traitor. But can you imagine living your whole life and making people think you fought for the right reasons, and then you, for whatever it was, money or status or power, like your whole life was shot for that? That's what I look at. So Obama wasn't the only one. He was the key face, but he's the one that could have then said, not doing it. But he wasn't willing to lose his life for everybody else and went along with it. So, he unfortunately has to be the face of it. But still, there was a lot of others behind the scene that'll have to pay for that. And I'm looking for that. That's that. I'm with everybody else, but I'm looking at it from the intricacies of it, not just the arrest and the judgment. But there's that whole thing. I can't imagine being stranded and maybe they were thinking that someone was coming for them and they weren't.
Wow. Yeah, it's horrible. No question about it. And so, Derek, anything, and we just love to end with kind of pouring into you. And so what can we pray for, or anything personal that you need some prayer for some prayer warriors backstage here?
Oh, well, I'll just, I'm just praying for my health and my, praying that I don't get, I don't think it's stress is the right word, but whatever it is, I'm having some tests run this week on my heart and a few things. My heart's been fluttering, but other than that, I don't think it's anything real serious, but you never know. So little things like that, just keeping me, I got to be where I can fight these liberals as long as I need to.
No question. No question. Yeah, we need to keep you healthy, especially because the medical cartels trying to kill us every way they can, right? That's another part of the show we talk about a lot. So I would hope that big pharma goes down pretty soon, right? It's like, that's a pretty scary thing there. So why don't we, Gus, you mind starting us out a little bit, and just maybe with a quick prayer for Derek, and we'll go to Annette next, and just lift him up.
Love to lift up my brother. Father God, we want to pray for Derek Johnson, Lord. We thank you for the brilliant mind that you put inside his noggin, because he is truly brilliant when it comes to this stuff, and he explains it in such detail and breaks it down. His books, I highly recommend people get those books and read them. They're easy read, and it explains it all, Lord. We pray for Derek. We pray protection on him throughout this mission. I've told him before, he may or may not remember, but I feel like he's fulfilling his calling right now in his military operation. I consider his being, everything he's doing, a military operation to wake up the public to what's really going on. So We just pray you expand his voice, that he get out there ever more people would follow him and learn what's happening. Lord, we just want to pray for his health, his general health, specifically for his heart, Lord. We pray that there's nothing going on there. We speak life and well-being into his heart. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen, amen. I didn't realize we were already at time to go over to the other deal, so I'm just going to finish up with a prayer. I apologize, but we're just going to do a couple of prayers here. Heavenly Father, just thank you so much for Derek. Lord, I just I know that I just come in agreement with Gus, first of all, and that it's wearisome to have all these people attacking him, even ones that are well-meaning and don't understand, Lord. So we just pray that you just continue to give him the guidance he needs. And also like Joshua 1:9 says, it says, be strong and courageous. He's commanded us. And I pray that he'll just continue to be strong and courageous and be able to do mighty things in your name, Lord. Thank you for him. And I bind the rules and authorities and powers of this dark world that are trying to take him off his path. And I loose angels of all rankings divisions to help him stay on his path, Lord. And I just always like to end with Acts 3:19. It talks about the times of refreshing. So would the Holy Spirit just come across him right now? He just feels the Holy Spirit coming across him. Just refresh him, allow him to have a great night's sleep and wake up with the joy of the Lord. And Lord, just protect his team, his future team, his family, and use him in a way that beyond what he could even ask or imagine. We love you, and we say these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. And Eric, I'll just give you the last word real quick. Mm-hmm. How are you doing? I'll give you the last word. Anything you want to share?
You say me?
Yeah, Derek. Any last word you want to share?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the prayers. That's all I tell people. I always appreciate the prayers and the love out there. So I know that God called me for the time, and I've been walking in His light and His faith. So, but yeah, you can get weary sometimes in another kind of way. I had a buddy say that one time. He was a warrior too, and he's like, man, who do warriors go to when they need strength? I was like, well, I guess we just have to look up to the bigger commander, I guess. I don't know. But, but it's great to have friends and people all around the country that believe in not just this country, but everywhere. I see Australia here and a few others. So, but I do appreciate it.
Right. Yeah, we're live with a good amount of people on Rumble right now, and out live on the Faith and Freedom TV. And just a couple things I just wanted to finish up with this, guys, is make sure you go to what's at the bottom of the screen there, which is rattletrap1776.myshopify.com. If you go to the bottom of that, by the way, I think right here, there is a huge list of all the connections for Derek right here. You go to websites, that picture right there, and go to websites. You'll see links to the document info, the two Facebook pages, YouTube, Spotify, Facebook, Instagram, Rattletrap. So again, that is at the rattletrap1776.myshopify.com, and down to the bottom right of the corner, everything. It's got his Truth Social, his Telegram. I follow him on Telegram. I'd love to get updates there. Twitter, the Derek Johnson Country Instagram. So tons of places where you can find Derek. Keep in touch with him there. If everybody backstage would mind unmuting and saying goodbye, appreciate it.
Love to have you back, Derek.
Goodbye. Thank you.
All the way. And for your service.
God bless.
Derek. We love you.
And God protect you.
I wonder if he pays people to keep up all those social media sites. I don't think I could keep up with all that. Oh, what a long day, my friends. I had to step away during the Kevin Hoyt video, so I plan on going back and watching that. I'd like to know what's going on with that situation, but nonetheless, I am extremely beat today, so that is going to be it for tonight. I am ready to call it a day. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. We're just sitting around in that holding pattern, aren't we? So far, August's been kind of quiet, but you can see things moving. You can see things shifting, so That's always good. Yeah, pretty much, Gerald. God bless you all for being here today, tonight, this evening. I hope you learned something and enjoyed yourself, and I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow night. Well, that wasn't supposed to kick on yet, but yes, I'll see you all back here tomorrow night, same time as always. Much love, God bless you, and good night.